Good evening, and welcome back to Dreamward Stories. Take a moment now to get comfortable. Pull the blanket a little closer. Let your hands rest, and allow your breathing to become slow and easy. There is nothing you need to solve right now, nothing you need to hurry toward. For the next little while, you can simply listen. This is a quiet place for long, calming bedtime stories made for adult listeners. Here, we wander through misty villages, candle-lit rooms, forgotten roads, old libraries, distant kingdoms, and gentle mysteries that slowly soften into sleep. If you feel like it, leave a comment telling us where in the world you are listening from tonight. It is always comforting to imagine all the quiet rooms gathered together beneath the same story. And if this story helps you relax, a like and a subscription are gentle ways to support the channel and find your way back for more. Now, let your eyes grow heavy, let the night become kind, and let us begin. There were sailors in the old world who followed stars. There were others who followed currents, gulls, winds, fishing grounds, or the dark blue line where the sea changed its mind and became deeper than memory. But Nikos had always followed sunsets, even as a boy, before he knew the names of half the islands scattered through the Aegean, before he had learned how to mend a sail with cold fingers, or read the small moods of a harbor by the smell of its ropes. He had loved the hour when the sun lowered itself toward the west. He would stand barefoot on warm stone above the village shore, watching the sky fill with copper and rose, bruised violet clouds and long streams of fire. Other children ran through the lanes, chasing goats or throwing pebbles into empty jars. But Nikos stayed where the evening found him. He watched until the last bright rim of the sun vanished into the sea, and even then, when most people turned away, he remained. For Nikos had noticed something. The light did not end half off. It lingered. It lay on the water in trembling paths. It touched the whitewashed houses and the olive leaves and the backs of returning boats. It rested on the faces of old men mending nets, and on women carrying baskets from the ovens. It turned everything ordinary into something that seemed, for a little while, remembered by the gods. And sometimes, just sometimes, after the sun had gone, Nikos thought he saw a faint golden glow low upon the western horizon. Not the afterlight of clouds, not the shimmer of waves, something softer and steadier, as though, somewhere beyond the reach of maps, evening continued. His grandmother, who had lived long enough to watch the village change 3 times and the sea remain itself, told him that all children saw such things before they learned not to. "It is only the sun's road," she said one evening, sitting beside him with a shawl around her shoulders. Or perhaps the dust from Helios's chariot falling into the sea. Nikos had turned to her then, very serious, with the wind lifting his dark hair from his brow. "Where does he go after sunset?" His grandmother smiled, but not as though the question were foolish. "West," she said, "always west. To another sky, to rest, perhaps." Nikos looked back toward the horizon, where the last glow was fading into blue. "The sun rests, everything rests," his grandmother said. Even light. He did not understand it then, not fully. Children often believe that bright things are tireless, that the sun burns because it can do nothing else, that the sea moves because stillness would be impossible for it, that those who carry warmth into the world never need warmth themselves. But Nikos remembered the words. Everything rests, even light. Years pass, as years do, though on islands they seem to pass by changing the color of nets, the depth of lines in faces, and the names painted on boats. Nikos grew tall and quiet. His hands became used to rope and salt. His shoulders broadened, and under sailcloth and sun. He learned the languages of weather and harbor bells, the patience of fishing at dawn, and the humility of turning back when the sea asked him to. He became a sailor not because he wanted to conquer distance, but because distance called to him softly. Some men went to sea to prove themselves, others to trade, to flee, to seek fortune, or to carry messages between kings and islands. Nikos went because the horizon had always seemed less like an ending than an invitation. By the time he was nearly 40, he had sailed more waters than most men in his village could name. He had seen the white cliffs of distant coasts glowing under noon. He had slept beneath strange constellations, on the decks of merchant ships. He had carried amphorae of oil, sacks of barley, bolts of dyed cloth, carved cedar boxes, bronze mirrors, jars of honey, and once, very carefully, a cage of doves meant for a wedding on an island where the bride had never seen snow. Yet wherever he sailed, Nikos watched the west. At sunset, if weather allowed, he would stop his work and look toward the sinking fire. He never spoke of this habit, unless asked. Sailors are allowed their small private devotions, and the sea, which hears everything, keeps most things kindly. It was late summer when the journey began that would take him beyond every chart he trusted. He had been carrying a small cargo of olive oil and folded linen from one harbor to another, a simple route he had sailed many times. The boat was his own by then, modest but sound, with a single mast, a curved prow, and a hull that creaked in a way he understood, like the voice of an old companion. He named her Thalia, for the grace that sometimes comes into a life without asking to be noticed. For 3 days the voyage had been calm. The sea moved in long blue breaths. The sail filled gently each morning and slackened at dusk. Flying fish scattered silver beside the bow. At night the stars were so clear that the water seemed to be carrying another sky beneath him. On the 4th evening the wind changed. It did not become dangerous. There was no storm, no black-walled cloud, no sudden command from the sea. It simply turned warm and steady from the east, pressing the sail westward with a persuasion Nikos could not ignore. He had meant to steer north by the stars, toward a harbor where he knew the innkeeper, and where the bread was always baked with fennel. But the wind held the boat gently toward the setting sun. At first, Nikos adjusted the sail. Then he adjusted it again. Then, after a while, he let his hands rest on the tiller and listened. The sea around him had grown very quiet. Even the gulls had disappeared. Slap of water against the hull softened to a hush, as though Thalia were not sailing over waves, but through some wide breathing light. The sun lowered ahead of him, enormous and amber, its reflection stretching in a path so bright that Nikos had to half close his eyes. He felt no fear, only a strange and tender certainty, like remembering an appointment made long ago. The sun touched the horizon, gold spilled over the water, and there, just to the left of its burning descent, Nikos saw a shape where no island should have been. At first it was only a darker line between sea and sky. Then cliffs appeared, low and warm in color, with edges lit as though their stone held the day inside it. Above them rose the shadowed crowns of olive trees. Beyond that, farther inland, a gentle hill curved upward against the amber sky. Nikos stood very still. He knew the charts. He knew this stretch of sea, or thought he did. There were no islands here, no fishing rocks, no sandbars, no hidden reefs marked by pale water, nothing but open western sea and the long road of evening. Yet the island remained. The wind carried him closer. As the sun sank fully, he expected the cliffs to fade into darkness. Instead, the island began to glow, not brightly, not like fire. Rather, the beaches, the trees, The stones, even the quiet folds of the hill, seemed to gather the last rays of the sun and hold them gently, the way a clay cup holds warmth after tea has been poured away. The sky deepened from gold to rose, from rose to violet, from violet to the first blue of night. Still the island shone softly. Nikos lowered the sail. The boat drifted toward a small crescent of beach sheltered between two arms of rock. The sand there was pale gold, smooth as flour, and the water lapped it without foam. He dropped anchor in the shallows and listened to the silence. No voices came from the shore. No dogs barked. No goats bleated from the cliffs. No smoke rose from village hearths. There were no roofs, no walls, no fishing nets drying between poles. Only the warm island, glowing quietly after sunset. Nikos remained aboard for a long while, as any sensible sailor would. He checked the anchor line. He studied the stars. He looked back the way he had come and saw only the darkening sea. The wind that had carried him there had fallen still, leaving the sail hanging loose against the mast. The island waited. At last he took a small oil lamp, but found he scarcely needed it, and stepped into the shallow water. The sea was warm around his calves. He pulled the boat a little higher, secured the rope around a smooth black stone, and walked up onto the sand. The moment his bare feet touched the beach, he stopped. The sand held the warmth of the entire day, not the fading warmth familiar from ordinary shores, but a deep and gentle heat, as if the sun had rested there only moments before. It rose through his soles, up into his tired legs, into the small aches of his knees and back, and Nikos felt something in him unclench that he had not known he had been holding. He set down the lamp. The flame was thin and unnecessary beside the island-esque glow. The beach curved ahead of him, soft and quiet. Small shells lay half buried in the sand, each one touched with a faint amber edge. The water reflected the evening sky, though evening should have been over by now. Behind the beach, a path led through low silver-green grasses toward the olive trees. Nikos looked back at Thalia, resting safely in the shallows. Then he followed the path. The olive grove began only a short distance from the beach. Its trees were old, older than any he had seen even in temple courtyards, where priests claimed the roots had known heroes. Their trunks twisted slowly upward, silver bark folded into itself like hands clasped in prayer. Their leaves trembled in the windless air, pale on one side and dark on the other, catching the golden glow in thousands of small, quiet flashes. The ground beneath them was soft with fallen leaves and wild thyme. Every step released a faint fragrance. Olive wood, warm dust, crushed herbs, salt from the sea, and something sweeter that Nikos could not name. He moved slowly, not from caution, but because the place seemed to ask it. Here, haste would have been a kind of rudeness. Between the trees, he saw small stone basins, filled with water. They were not carved like fountains, nor arranged like temple pools. They seemed instead to have formed naturally in the rock, rounded by time, each one holding a still surface of amber light. Sunset pools, he thought, though he did not know why. He knelt beside one and added to it. The water reflected not his face, but the sky as it had been before the sun disappeared. Cold clouds, a red horizon, the bright rim of day just touching the sea. Yet when Nikos lifted his gaze, the real sky above him was already darkening toward night. He dipped his fingers into the pool. The water was warm. For a moment he smelled heated bronze and clean hay, as though somewhere nearby a stable had been opened after a long day of summer. Then the scent faded, and the pool became only water again, still and golden. Nikos withdrew his hand and wiped it gently against his tunic. He thought of his grandmother, Perhaps the dust from Helios' chariot falling into the sea. A sound came from deeper in the grove, soft, measured, a breath, perhaps, or the shifting of some large animal in sleep. Nikos lifted his head. Sound did not repeat at once. The trees stood quiet. The pools glowed. The beach behind him lay pale between the olives, and the boat was a dark curve against the shining shallows. He could have returned then. He could have slept aboard Thalia, and waited for morning, when the island might prove itself ordinary in daylight, if daylight came to such a place as it came to others. Nikos had followed sunsets his whole life, and here, at last, the sunset had left a door open. He went on. The olive grove rose gradually up the slope. The path was narrow but clear, lined here and there with smooth stones set into the earth. Some bore faint markings worn by time, circles, rays, flowing lines like hair or fire or water. Nikos could not tell whether they were letters from a language he had never learned, or merely the memory of hands that had liked to shape stone beautifully. At the top of the rise, the trees parted. Nikos found himself looking across the heart of the island. It was larger than it had seemed from the sea, though still intimate, like a place made not for many people, but for one great secret. The land dipped into a warm valley, where more olive trees grew in silver clusters, and beyond them rose low cliffs facing west. The cliffs curved around a broad open space of golden stone. In that space, half hidden by evening shadow and soft glow, stood something that made Nikos forget to breathe. A chariot. It rested beneath a roofless shelter of pale columns, open to the sky. Its wheels were tall and finely made, not heavy like war carts, but delicate and strong. Each spoke, shaped like a ray of sunlight. The body of it was gold, though not the dull gold of coins or ornaments locked in temple treasuries. This gold seemed alive with a warmth of its own. Even in the deepening night, it held the color of late afternoon. The pole of the chariot extended forward toward a wide stone court, where 4 horses stood in silence. No, not stood, rested. They were harnessed no longer. Their bridles hung from hooks along the columns, and their bodies shone softly in the golden dusk. One horse was pale as cream, another was the deep red of sunset clouds. The third had a coat like bronze under water. The fourth was white, with a mane that seemed to carry threads of morning. They were not large in a frightening way, though they were certainly greater than ordinary horses. Their forms held a strange gentleness, as though strength, after a long day's work, had become quiet. One lowered its head over a stone trough. Another stood with one hind leg bent, eyes half closed. The bronze one turned slightly as Nikos approached, and its dark eye reflected him, small and still. Nikos did not move closer. He bowed his head. It was not a gesture he planned. It simply came to him, the way a sailor lowers his voice and or removes his sandals near a shrine. The cream-colored horse breathed out. The air warmed. Far above the island, the first stars appeared. Nikos remained at the edge of the clearing, listening to the soft sounds of the horses, the slow shift of weight, the low breath, the faint rush of a tail. Chariot gave no sound at all. It rested on the golden stone, as though it had returned there every evening since the first morning of the world. And perhaps it had. Beside the shelter, a narrow channel of water ran from the cliffs down into a series of pools. These were larger than the ones in the grove, and brighter. Each caught a different color from sunset: honey, rose, copper, violet, deep red, and pale lingering yellow. They stepped down the slope toward the sea, one after another, like bowls placed carefully for the day to wash itself before sleep. Nikos thought then that he understood, little, why the island glowed at night. It was not burning. It was remembering. Voice spoke behind him. You have come farther west than most. Nikos turned slowly. An old woman stood beneath the nearest olive tree. She was tall, though slightly bent with age, and wore a simple robe the color of unbleached linen. Her hair was white, braided and wound at the back of her head. Her face was lined, not with hardship exactly, but with weather, time, and long companionship with quiet things. In one hand she held a clay bowl. In the other, a small bundle of dried herbs tied with thread. Nikos did not know where she had come from. He had heard no footsteps. I did not mean to trespass, he said. His voice sounded very small in the clearing. The old woman smiled, and the expression changed her face, the way lamplight changes a room. No one arrives here by accident, she said, but very few arrive by force. Followed the wind. It's, she said, that is often how it begins. Nikos glanced toward the chariot, then back to her. Is this island sacred? All places are sacred to something, she said. This one is sacred to rest. The answer settled over him more gently than certainty. He looked again at the horses, at the chariot, at the pools shining down the slope. Then it is true, he said quietly. That depends what you were told. That Helios crosses the sky in a golden chariot. The woman's smile deepened. Oh, she did not look amused. And did you doubt it? I thought it was a story. Stories are often how truth rests before it is ready to be seen. Nikos lowered his gaze. The old woman passed him and walked into the clearing with the ease of someone who belonged entirely to the place. The horses shifted toward her. She set the clay bowl near the trough, and the red horse lowered its head to breathe in the scent of whatever she had brought. Come, she said. They will not trouble you. Nikos took one step, then another. The golden stone was warm beneath his feet. He had not realized until then that he had left his sandals somewhere near the first pool in the grove, or perhaps on the beach. The thought did not concern him. Nothing about the island seemed likely to steal what was not freely given. As he drew nearer, the bronze horse turned its head toward him again. Nikos stopped. The old woman looked back. You may greet him, she said, softly. Nikos raised one hand, palm open. The horse lowered its great head until its breath touched his fingers. Warmth moved through him, not heat, not the sharp heat of flame, but a broad, quiet warmth, like sunlight through closed eyelids. His hand trembled once, then steadied. The horse's coat smelled faintly of salt, summer grass, and distant dawn. What is his name? Nikos whispered. Pyrois, the woman said. How names are only small cups for beings such as these. Nikos stroked the horse's nose with 2 fingers. The animal closed its eyes. And you care for them. Attend what returns tired, she said. There was no pride in her voice, no mystery offered for its own sake. She spoke as a person might say she watered herbs or swept a doorstep. Who are you? Nikos asked. The old woman set the bundle of herbs into the trough and brushed dust from her hands. Here, I am called Melia. Nikos waited, sensing that there was more, but Melia did not add to it. The sky above the clearing had deepened to blue-black, and yet the island held its golden dusk. The chariot gleamed softly beneath the open columns. The horses rested. The pools shone. Somewhere below, the sea moved against the beach with a slow, breathing sound. Melia turned toward the descending line of sunset pools. You have questions, she said. Yes, good. Not all questions should be answered before supper. Nikos blinked. For the first time since reaching the island, he nearly laughed. Supper. Even sailors who follow sunsets must eat. She started down a path that curved beside the pools. After a moment, Nikos followed. They walked together beneath a line of olives toward a small dwelling set into the hillside. It was so well joined to the land that Nikos had not noticed it before. A low house of pale stone, with a roof of baked clay tiles, wooden door, and the terrace facing the western sea. A vine grew over one side, its leaves dark and glossy in the golden night. Clay jars stood near the wall. A woven mat lay beside the door. From within came the faint smell of bread. On the terrace, a simple table had been set with 2 bowls, a round loaf wrapped in cloth, olives, soft cheese, figs, and a small pitcher of watered wine. Nikos looked at the second bowl. Melia noticed. "As I said," she murmured, "no one arrives here by accident." She motioned for him to sit. The chair was wooden, worn smooth by age. From the terrace, Nikos could see over the olive grove to the beach where Thalia rested in the faint glow. Beyond the cove, the sea stretched dark and endless, but the western horizon still held a line of amber, thin as thread. "How long does sunset last here?" he asked. Melia tore the bread and placed half before him. "As long as needed. That is not an answer sailors can use. It is not a sailor's answer." Nikos accepted this with a small nod. They ate in quiet for a while. The bread was warm, with a crisp crust and a soft center. The olives tasted of earth and salt. The figs were so sweet that Nikos ate them slowly, as though sweetness, too, deserved patience. He had not realized how hungry he was until the food began to settle him. The silence between them was not empty. It held the sound of water in the pools, the soft breath of horses above, the hush of leaves, the sea below, and somewhere far off, perhaps beyond the cliffs, a low ringing note like bronze cooling after flame. At last Nikos said, "Why does the island blow through the night?" Melia poured wine into his cup. "Because Helios rests here. I thought the sun went beneath the world. It does, in a way, and through Oceanus, also in a way." And into a golden cup Melia looked at him sidelong. "You have collected many answers. I have lived among sailors. That explains it. This time." Nikos did smile. Melia's expression softened. "Men make maps of what they can survive knowing," she said. "Poets make songs of what they can almost bear to understand. Priests light lamps for what should not be held too tightly in the mind. All of them are right, little." Nikos looked toward the pools. "And what is true here?" "Here," Melia said. "The day comes home." The words moved through him slowly. The day, the light that has touched every roof, every field, every waking face. The warmth that has lain on wheat and stone, on temples and fishing boats, on open hands and closed doors. All day, Helios carries it. All day, his horses pull the fire across the sky. And each evening, at the western edge, they come here to rest. Yes. Nikos held his cup in both hands. It was warm from the wine, or from the island, or from his own palms, and the glow. Melia looked out over the sea. Not all light disappears where it leaves the sky. Some of it remains in the things it touched. Some returns here, tired and golden, and settles into the sand, the stones, the pools, the trees. The island keeps it gently through the night, so it may rise again without hurry. Nikos listened, feeling that her words were not only about the sun. He thought of his own life, though not in a sharp or sorrowful way. He thought of the years spent moving from harbor to harbor, always looking west. He thought of the quiet ache he sometimes carried at evening, when the day's work was done and there was no one waiting on shore who knew the particular sound of his step. He thought of the way he had mistaken motion for purpose, and purpose for peace. He had not been unhappy, but he had been tired. tired in the manner of a man who has learned to keep going so well that he has forgotten how to stop. The island glowed around him. Melia seemed to know the direction of his thoughts, though she did not intrude upon them. "Most who come here," she said after a while, "arrive at sunset. Are there many? No. But some, yes. A shepherd once, a queen who came alone, wearing no crown, a potter who had spent his life making lamps, a child, long ago, though she was not lost, a soldier who had laid down his spear and did not yet know what to do with his hands. And what happens to them? They rest, for one night, for as long as the island keeps them." Nikos looked at her. "And how long is that?" Melia took a sip from her cup. "As long as needed," she said again. Below them, the tide breezed in and out. The boat rocked faintly in the cove. The line of amber at the horizon remained impassable and calm. Nikos did not ask whether he could leave. The question rose in him, then softened. He did not feel trapped. The sea was open behind him. Thalia was safe. The night was warm. And if the island truly belonged to rest, perhaps it was not a place from which one escaped, but a place from which one eventually departed whole. After supper, Melia showed him where he might sleep. There was a small guest room inside the stone house, with a low bed, a folded blanket, a clay lamp, and an open window facing the grove. The walls were plain, except for one painted line that ran near the ceiling, a procession of small golden circles, each one connected to the next by a thin red stroke, like suns traveling across time. Nikos stood in the doorway, suddenly aware of how long it had been since he had slept under a roof that was not an inn's, a warehouse's, or his own boat's narrow shelter. "You will hear the horses before dawn," Melia said from behind him. "Do not be alarmed. Do they leave before sunrise?" "They must. Will I see him?" Melia was quiet. Nikos turned. "Helios," he said. The old woman's face held neither refusal nor promise. "Perhaps," she said, "but it is not always the great brightness that teaches us. Sometimes it is the hour after brightness has set." Nikos accepted this, though his curiosity remained like a small lamp within him. Melia handed him a folded linen cloth. "For washing. There is a basin beside the door. The water is drawn from the lower pool. It will still be warm." "Thank you." She inclined her head. "Sleep if sleep comes. If not, listen. The island is kindest to those who stop trying to understand it all at once." She left him then, her footsteps fading down the hall. Nikos entered the room and set his small bundle beside the bed. He washed his face and hands in the basin. Water smelled faintly of stone warmed by sun. When he touched it to his brow, he felt again the strange relief that had risen through him from the sand. He lay down. Through the window he could see olive branches moving gently, though he felt no wind. Beyond them, one of the sunset pools cast a dim amber reflection on the wall. The light shifted slowly, like breath. For a long while Nikos did not sleep. He listened. He heard the sea, low and steady. He heard the leaves. He heard, from somewhere above the house, the soft horses moving in their court. Once he heard the bronze note again, deeper this time, as if a great wheel had turned in its sleep. He thought of the chariot beneath the open columns. He thought of the horses with their half-closed eyes. He thought of the island holding the day's tired light in its warm sand and pools. And more than anything, he thought of his grandmother's voice, speaking across many years. Everything rests, even light. As the night deepened, the glow did not fade. It softened. Gold became honey. Honey became amber. Amber became something almost like memory. The room around him lost its edges. The painted circles near the ceiling seemed to drift slowly, one after another, across the wall. Nikos closed his eyes. He did not dream at first, or if he did, The dream was only warmth, only the feeling of lying on sunlit stone after swimming, only the sound of a sail relaxing when the day's wind is done, only a road of gold across water, leading west and west and west, not toward an ending, but toward a shore where the day could lay down its shining burden. Sometime in the night he woke. The room was still. The island glowed. A pale bar of amber light lay across the floor. For a moment Nikos thought dawn had come, but the sky beyond the window remained full of stars. Then he heard it, a low murmur, like a voice speaking through water. He rose quietly, not with fear, but with the careful attention one gives to a sacred place after dark. He stepped to the window and looked out. Beyond the olive branches, down between the trees, one of the sunset pools had grown brighter. Its surface trembled though no wind touched it. Nikos took his cloak and went outside. The air was warm enough that he scarcely needed the cloak, but he wrapped it around his shoulders anyway. The house slept behind him. No lamp burned in Melia's room. The path through the olives was visible by the glow of the pools and the soft sheen of leaves. He walked barefoot, slowly, until he reached the water. This was not the first small basin he had seen, but a wider pool shaped like an oval, its stone rim smooth and pale. The water held a color somewhere between sunset and candle flame. As Nikos approached, the murmur became clearer. Not words exactly, or perhaps words too old for language. He knelt beside the pool. The surface stilled. For a moment it reflected the stars above him. Then the stars faded, and another image appeared. He saw a road of sky. He saw 4 horses moving across a vast brightness, their manes streaming not with wind but with morning. He saw beneath them mountains, rivers, cities, deserts, vineyards, snowfields, fields of barley, an endless sea. He saw roofs turning gold. He saw children waking. He saw old women opening shutters. He saw fishermen pushing boats into the surf. He saw temples, orchards, courtyards, empty roads, sleeping dogs, kings in high rooms, prisoners in narrow ones, travelers under trees, and fields where no human foot had passed for days. He saw light touch them all, not choosing, not judging, simply arriving. And then the vision shifted. The day grew long. The horses slowed. The chariot wheels turned red in evening. The light, which had seemed endless at dawn, became heavy and warm, like a song sung from beginning to end. The sun lowered. The world released it. The chariot descended toward the western sea, toward the island. Nikos leaned closer. In the pool he saw the cliffs where he now stood, the golden court, the columns, the horses, unfastened from their harness, the chariot standing still, and beside it a figure made of such brightness that Nikos could not see a face. The figure stepped down from the chariot. For one breath the whole island seemed to bow. Then the light dimmed enough to become almost human in shape. Tall, weary, radiant still, but softened by evening. The figure placed one hand upon the neck of the red horse and lowered his head, not in defeat, in rest. The vision faded. The pool became water again. Nikos remained kneeling, his hands resting on the warm stone rim, his heart full of something he could not quite name. He had expected, perhaps, majesty, splendor, the fierce beauty sung by poets. He had expected the grandeur of a god who crossed the sky. He had not expected tenderness. He had not expected tiredness. A voice spoke softly from the trees. He is not less divine because he rests. Nikos turned. Melia stood a few paces away, wrapped in a shawl, her white hair loose over one shoulder. "I did not mean to wander without permission," he said. The pools called gently. He answered gently. He looked back at the water. What was that memory? Yes. Ooze. The days. Nikos let out slow breath. Milia came to stand beside him. Together they looked into the pool, now quiet and amber. "Why show it to me?" Nikos asked. Emilia's face was calm, but her eyes were thoughtful. "Perhaps because you followed sunsets without knowing what you were truly seeking." He did not answer at once. The words felt true, but not in a way that required him to defend himself. He had followed sunsets as a boy, as a sailor, as a man with weathered hands and a habit of leaving before anyone could ask him to stay. He had followed them because they were beautiful, because they asked nothing of him, because they seemed to promise that somewhere, beyond the visible world, was a place where endings were received gently. "I thought I was seeking the West," he said. Milia nodded. "And now?" Nikos looked toward the upper clearing, where the horses rested beyond the trees. "Perhaps I was seeking a place where the light goes when it is tired." "And have you found one?" He smiled faintly. "I think so." Melia turned back toward the path. "Then come. There is one more thing you should see before morning, if your eyes are not too heavy." Nikos rose. "My eyes are heavy," he admitted, "and may help." They walked uphill through the grove. The island at night was both awake and resting. The olives seemed to breathe in their sleep. The stones kept a low warmth. Small insects sang in the grass, though softly, as if they too knew this was not a place for sharp sound. Above them, the stars were clear, but their light felt less cold than usual, softened by the amber glow rising from earth and water. They passed the lower pools, then the rose pool, then the copper pool, where the surface reflected not the sky but a long red cloud from some sunset already gone. At each pool, Nikos felt as though he were passing an hour of evening made visible. The first gold, the deepening flame, the gentle violet, the final ember before night. When they reached the clearing, the horses were lying down. Nikos stopped at the sight. He had never seen such powerful creatures at rest. They lay folded upon the golden stone, their legs tucked beneath them, their great heads lowered, their manes spread like streams of pale fire, copper dusk, and dawnlit mist. The red horse slept deeply. The cream horse's ears moved once at their approach. Pyroi, the bronze one, opened one eye, and then closed it again, as though recognizing that Nikos meant no harm. The chariot stood behind them, silent beneath the stars. But now Nikos saw what he had not seen before. Behind the chariot shelter, set into the western cliff, was a door. It was tall and narrow, made not of wood or bronze, but of dark stone veined with gold. Its surface held no handle. At its center was carved a sun, with closed eyes. Nikos looked at Milia. "What is beyond it?" "The sleeping chamber." He lowered his voice without thinking. "Helios is there." "Yes." The golden door seemed to hold the warmth of 1,000 evenings. Nikos felt no urge to approach it. Some thresholds are not meant to be crossed simply because they are seen. Some doors exist to teach reverence at remaining closed. "Why show me this?" he asked. Milia gazed at the carved sun. "Because before you leave this island, you must understand that rest is not emptiness. It is a chamber, a keeping place, a hidden room where strength is gathered again." The words sank into the quiet. Nikos looked at the sleeping horses, the still chariot, closed golden veined door. He thought of all the days he had watched the sun vanish and imagined it lost beneath the sea. He had never imagined this. The horses unharnessed, the chariot cooling, the god beyond the door laying down the brightness of the world. "Does morning always come?" he asked. Milia turned to him. "Always." The answer was simple. Because of that, it comforted him. For a while they stood without speaking. Then, from behind the stone door, there came a sound. It was very soft. not a voice, not a song, more like a long breath released after great labor. The golden veins in the door brightened once, then dimmed. The horses stirred in their sleep, and Nikos, who had crossed many waters, who had endured heat and cold, loneliness and labor, rough harbors and long empty weeks at sea, felt tears rise quietly to his eyes. He did not weep from sadness. He wept because something tired in him had recognized itself, and something holy. Melia did not look at him. She allowed him the privacy of his own heart. After a time, she said, "Come now. Dawn is still far away, but the deepest part of night is meant for sleeping." They returned to the house by another path, one that curved along the cliff, before descending through the olives. From there, Nikos could see the western sea spread below the island, calm and dark, with the faint amber line still resting on its far edge. The beach glowed softly. Thalia rocked at anchor. Everything was exactly as he had left it, and yet he knew that nothing in him had remained quite the same. At the door of the guest room, Melia paused. "In the morning," she said, "you may choose whether to stay another day." Nikos looked at her. "I may stay, if the island allows it. How will I know?" Melia smiled. "You will wake." It was such a strange answer that Nikos almost asked what she meant. But his body had become heavy with warmth, and walking, with wonder and food, and the deep quiet of the island. The question dissolved before it reached his mouth. "Sleep well, Nikos," Melia said. He had not told her his name. He noticed this only after she had gone. For a moment he stood in the doorway, listening to her footsteps fade. Then he entered the room and lay down again, too tired even to wonder properly. The amber light was softer now. The painted suns along the wall seemed dimmer, as though they too had settled closer to sleep. Outside the window, the olive branches moved once and then stilled. A warm scent rose from the basin, from the stone floor, from the linen blanket drawn over him. Nikos closed his eyes. This time sleep came easily. It came not like darkness falling, but like evening extending a hand. He drifted into it slowly, with the sea below him and the island around him, with the hidden chamber in the cliff, and the soft horses breathing near the chariot, with the memory of a golden door, and a sun carved with closed eyes. And somewhere, far within the warm silence of that hidden western shore, the day rested. Not gone, not ended, only resting, gathering itself gently for morning. Nikos woke before the sun. At first he did not know what had woke him. The room was still, and the little stone house held the kind of silence that belongs only to the last hour of night, when even dreams seem to lower their voices. The linen blanket lay warm over him. The basin near the door held a faint amber reflection. Beyond the open window, the olive branches were no longer golden, but silver-gray in the darkness. Their leaves turned quiet under the stars. Then he heard it again, a soft chime of metal, not loud, not sharp, only the delicate sound of something being lifted carefully from a hook. A pause. Then the hush of leather drawn through a ring. Another low note followed, deeper than the first, as though a bronze wheel had remembered its purpose. Nikos opened his eyes fully. For a few breaths he remained where he was, listening. The island had changed in the night, not in shape, not in place, but in feeling. The evening warmth, it had wrapped it so completely, had withdrawn inward, gathering itself beneath the ground, beneath the stones, beneath the roots of the olive trees. The glow was still there, but it was quieter now, as if the island were holding its breath before waking. The sounds came again from the upper clearing. A horse exhaled. A hoof shifted softly on stone. Nikos sat up. He remembered Melia's words from the night before. "You will hear the horses before dawn. Do not be alarmed." He rose without haste. Sleep still clung to him, but gently, like mist along a harbour wall. He folded the blanket, not because anyone had asked him to, but because the room seemed to have offered him rest, and he wanted to leave it with gratitude. Then he washed his face in the basin. The water was cooler now, though it still held the memory of warmth. Outside, the air was deep blue and fragrant with olive leaves. No lamp burned in the house. Melia's door was closed. Yet the path to the upper clearing was faintly visible. Not from moonlight, for the moon had already lowered somewhere beyond the cliffs, but from thin lines of gold that ran through the stones like veins beneath skin. Nikos stepped into the grove. This time he knew the way. He did not move as he had moved the night before, full of questions and astonishment. Now he walked with the careful quiet of one invited near something sacred but not meant to disturb it. The earth was cooled beneath his bare feet at first, then warmer where the path passed near the pools. The small basins between the trees had dimmed. Their surfaces reflected not sunset now, but the last stars, each star held in amber water as though it had fallen there to rest before dawn. From above came the soft sounds of preparation, leather, metal, breath, the gentle murmur of an old woman speaking to horses. Nikos stopped before the trees parted, not wishing to intrude. From there, through the silver leaves, he could see the golden court. The horses stood awake. They were changed. Not brighter exactly, but more gathered. Their sleep had left them. Their bodies, which in the night had seemed like warm embers, now held a quiet readiness. The cream-colored horse lifted its head as Melia fastened a broad collar against its chest. The red horse stood beside it, mane loose and dark as flame. Before kindling, Pyrois, the bronze horse, turned one ear toward the trees where Nikos stood, but did not look at him. The fourth horse, pale and white, with threads of mourning in its mane, stamped once very softly, and the sound rang through the stone like a bell heard under water. Melia moved among them with unhurried care. She wore the same simple robe, but over it she had wrapped a shawl, the color of dawn before color fully arrives. Her white hair had been braided again. In her hands the harness did not seem heavy, though the pieces shone with faint light, rings of gold, strips of soft leather, small buckles engraved with lines like sun rays in flowing water. The chariot stood waiting beneath the roofless columns. During the night it had seemed at rest, beautiful but still, its wheels cooled from the work of the previous day. Now the first light of morning began to collect along its edges, not from the sky, which was still dark, but from within the island itself. Gold rose through the stone court in slow streams. It entered the wheels. It touched the spokes. It moved along the curved body of the chariot like water filling a bowl. Nikos watched without stepping forward. He saw Melia lift the reins. She spoke to each horse by name, that the names were too soft for him to hear fully. He caught only fragments. Chariot, yes, something like use, and another name that sounded as though it belonged to both flame and gentleness. The horses lowered their heads to her. One by one, they accepted the harness. No one hurried. This surprised Nikos more than he expected. He had imagined dawn as an urgent thing, a rush of fire towards the waiting world. But here, at the place where morning was prepared, there was only patience. Every strap was smoothed, every buckle checked, every mane brushed once by Melia's hand. The horses stood not like animals driven to labor, but like old companions readying themselves for a familiar road. Then the stone door in the cliff began to glow. Nikos drew a slow breath. The door, carved with the sun whose eyes were closed, brightened first along its golden veins. Light moved through them gently, like honey warming in a jar. The carved eyes did not open. The door itself did not swing wide. Instead, the seam around it shimmered, and a narrow line of radiance appeared from within. The horses lifted their heads. Melia stepped back from the chariot and bowed. The light widened. For one moment the clearing held no sound at all. Then a figure emerged from the chamber in the western cliff. Nikos lowered his eyes at once. It did not do so from fear, but from instinct, as a man looks away from the sun when it rises too suddenly from the sea. Even through lowered lashes, he sensed brightness moving across the court, not harshly, not with command, but with an immense and quiet presence that made the air feel clear. Helios had rested. That was the first thought that came to Nikos, simple and whole. The god who had seemed weary in the pool's memory now carried the stillness of sleep within him. The radiance around him remained softened, not yet the full blaze that would cross the sky. It was dawn before dawn, light before light, Aegean brightness of one who has been restored enough to begin. Nikos did not try to see his face. It was enough to know that he was there. Helios walked to the horses and placed a hand upon each neck. The animals leaned toward him, and the court warmed. The chariot answered with a low ringing note, as though every part of it recognized the touch of its master. Melia lifted the reins and offered them. Helios received them. Then, for the briefest moment, his head turned. Nikos felt, rather than saw, that the god had noticed him among the trees. There was no accusation in it, no surprise, only a brightness that passed over him, like the first warmth of morning on closed eyelids. Nikos bowed his head more deeply, and he lifted it again. Helios had stepped into the chariot. The horses moved, slowly at first, with the great calm of creatures who knew every road in heaven. They drew the chariot forward across the golden court. The wheels turned without grinding, without dust. Light gathered beneath them. The columns brightened. The pools along the slope caught the first stirring of gold. At the western edge of the clearing, where no road had been the night before, a path of brightness opened upward. It did not tear the sky. It did not dazzle the island into day all at once. It simply appeared, sloping from the cliff into the deep blue air. A road made of morning before morning had reached the world. The horses stepped onto it. The chariot rose. Nikos watched through the olive branches as the wheels left the stone. For a moment the entire island seemed to lift with them. Every pool trembled. Every leaf turned pale. The beach far below glowed brighter than gold. Thalia, resting in the cove, shone along her mast and rails, as if she too had been touched by a blessing she did not understand. Then the chariot climbed eastward. The road of light widened. The horses gathered speed, but even then there was no rush, no violence of motion. They moved as dawn moves when one wakes early enough to witness it. Gradual, certain, generous. The figure in the chariot became brighter. The court behind him dimmed. Over the island the first true line of morning appeared. Nikos stood very still as Helios rose beyond the cliffs, beyond the grove, beyond the last stars. The sky ahead of him softened from blue-black to violet, from violet to pearl, and then, far to the east, where the unseen world waited, the first gold began to spread. The chariot vanished into brightness. A warm wind passed through the olive trees. The island exhaled. Only then did Nikos realize that Melia was standing nearby. She had come silently to the edge of the grove, and now she watched the sky with the calm expression of someone who had seen this departure countless times, and had never allowed habit to make it small. For a while neither of them spoke. Morning opened around them. The golden court, emptied of chariot and horses, seemed larger now and quieter. The stone door in the cliff had darkened again. Its carved sun closed in peace. The columns cast long shadows. The pools down the slope lost their night glow, and began to take on the colors of ordinary water, or a faint warmth remained beneath their surfaces. At last Melia said, "Now the world will begin to wake." Nikos followed her gaze toward the east, though the island faced west, and the line of sunrise was hidden behind the hill. Does he always leave like that, every morning, and return every evening? Every evening? The answer should have seemed impossible. Instead, after what he had seen, it felt like the simplest rhythm in existence. Nikos looked toward the empty court. He seemed different from the memory you saw. Yes, Melia nodded. This changes the one who receives it. The words were quiet, but they stayed with him. They walked down from the clearing as the morning grew. By the time they reached the stone house, the island had become a different place. Not less beautiful, but less mysterious in the way of night. The olive leaves were green and silver again. The trunks showed all their patient twisting. The path was made of dust and stones, rather than soft lines of gold. The pools were clear and shallow, each one reflecting the freshening sky. The beach below no longer glowed like a dream. It shone warmly beneath the new sun, a curve of pale sand where small waves folded and unfolded themselves. Thalia rocked gently in the cove, looking ordinary and beloved. Nikos found this change comforting. The island did not need to appear enchanted at every moment. In daylight it was allowed to be an island, warm, quiet, alive with insects and salt wind, with olive bark and stone paths, and the smell of bread from Melia's oven. They ate breakfast on the terrace. Melia set out barley cakes, honey, soft cheese, and a bowl of sliced fruit that seemed to have been gathered from trees hidden somewhere beyond the house. Nikos ate slowly, looking often at the sky. He wondered where Helios was now, over what mountains, over whose waking face, over what harbor where fishermen were shoving their boats into water still gray with dawn. The thought no longer felt distant. Light, he now understood, was not merely above the world. It visited, it touched, it carried. Melia poured warm water into a cup with crushed leaves of mint and something sweeter. "You have seen the leaving," she said. Nikos looked at her. "Yes." "And the resting, in a way. In a way is often enough." He smiled faintly and racked his hands around the cup. The drink warmed his palms. He realized he had grown used to warmth on this island, but not in the way one becomes careless with it. Here, warmth kept reminding him to notice it. Melia sat opposite him. "You may stay today," she said. Nikos did not answer immediately. He looked toward the cove. Thalia was safe. The sea beyond the sheltering rocks lay calm and blue. If he wished to leave, he thought he could. There was no chain, no storm wall, no command. Yet the idea of returning at once to the familiar route, to harbors and cargo, and the usual measures of days, seemed not wrong, but premature. "As long as the island allows it?" he asked. Melia's eyes warmed. "As long as you are not forcing either staying or leaving." Nikos considered this. How does one know the difference? One usually knows by the body before the mind admits it. That answer, too, settled somewhere in him. They ate in silence for a while. Then Melia rose and took from beside the door a small woven satchel. It was made of faded blue cloth and tied with a cord. Into it she placed a heel of bread, a few figs, a small flask of water, and a strip of linen folded neatly. "I Pfeiffer," she said. Nikos looked up. "A task." "Gentle one." He accepted the satchel when she handed it to him. "Walk the western cliffs," she said. "Follow the path above the pools, not below. It will take you higher than you went last night. There are basins there that do not show themselves in darkness. What should I do when I find them? Sit beside each one for a little while. That is all. That is not always as easy as it sounds." Nikos looked toward the hills beyond the grove. The western cliffs rose in layers, warm and pale under the young sun. From the terrace he could see a narrow path winding upward through the olives, and then along a line of stone where the island leaned toward the sea. "What will the pools show me?" Melia brushed a crumb from the table. "Not all pools show visions. Some hold impressions. Some hold what has been left behind by the light. Some show nothing until you stop wanting them to." Nikos nodded slowly. "You want me to understand something?" "No," she said. "I want you to walk." There was no correction in her voice, only kindness. Nikos accepted the difference. Before he left, he walked down to the cove to check on Thalia. The morning sea was clear enough that he could see the anchor resting on the sandy bottom, half ringed by tiny fish. The hull was unharmed. The rope remained secure around the smooth black stone. Nikos ran one hand along the side of the boat and felt the familiar worn wood beneath his palm. "I have not forgotten you," he murmured. The boat rocked once, lightly. He fetched his sandals from where, to his quiet amusement, he found them near the first pool in the grove. They were dry, though they seemed to have collected the scent of time and warm stone. He put them on, adjusted the satchel over his shoulder, and began the path upward. The island in morning was full of small sounds. Bees moved through low flowers along the trail. Lizards slipped over sunlit rocks. The olive leaves whispered now in an actual breeze, not the windless trembling of the night before. Somewhere among the branches, a bird with a liquid voice sang a pattern of notes that rose and fell like water poured from a jar. Nikos walked slowly. At first he thought of the chariot's departure. The memory returned not as spectacle, but as rhythm. The lifting of harness, the horses stepping into light, the path opening upward, the certainty of morning beginning somewhere beyond sight. He had seen many dawns at sea, but he had always thought of them as arrivals. Now he understood there had also been a preparation, a departure before the arrival, a hidden tenderness before the visible day. The path climbed beyond the lower grove. Here the olive trees grew farther apart. Between them the ground was strewn with pale stones, wild grasses, and small yellow flowers, whose petals closed whenever a cloud passed before the sun. The air smelled less of thyme now, and more of salt, for the cliffs drew near. Nikos looked back once. Melia's house had become a small pale shape tucked into the hillside. The cove lay below it, bright still. Beyond, western sea stretched endlessly, blue under the morning sun, no longer the dark threshold through which he had entered the island. It seemed almost impossible that he had arrived only the evening before. Yet time here did not feel shortened or stretched. It felt softened. After a while the path split. The lower way curved toward the visible line of sunset pools attending through the valley. The upper way, narrower and less traveled, led along the cliff. Nikos followed the upper path. As Melia had told him, the climb was not steep, but it required attention. The rocks were smooth in places, and low roots crossed the earth where olive trees clung to the slope. He did not hurry. Now and then he stopped to drink water from the flask. Once he sat on a flat stone to watch a line of ants carrying pale seeds into a crack in the ground. No task pressed him forward. No harbor bell would ring without him. No cargo would spoil if he paused. This, he realized, was part of the difficulty. He knew how to endure labor. He knew how to stay awake in bad weather, how to patch canvas, how to wait out contrary winds, how to count jars and ropes and coin, but to walk without proving anything, to sit without needing to justify the sitting, to be given a task whose purpose might be nothing more than receiving what was there. This felt strangely unfamiliar. By mid-morning he reached the first of the higher pools. It lay in a hollow of pale stone, near the cliff edge, sheltered by a single olive tree whose roots ran like old fingers across the rock. Unlike the lower pools, this one did not glow. Its water was clear, almost colorless, and so still that the sky appeared inside it with perfect calm. Nikos sat beside it. At first nothing happened. He did not mind, or tried not to. He took a fig from the satchel and ate it slowly. He watched the pool. He listened to the wind rise from the sea and move through the olive tree above him. Far below, waves touched the base of the cliff with a sound so soft from that height that it seemed less like impact than breathing. The pool remained clear. Nikos leaned back on his hands. Perhaps this was one of the pools that showed nothing until a man stopped wanting them to. The thought made him smile, because wanting not to want was still a kind of wanting. He let the matter go as best he could. Cloud passed over the sun. The water darkened. When the light returned, the pool held another image. Not a vision as vivid as the one he had seen in the night. This was gentler, faint as a reflection in polished bronze. Nikos saw a small courtyard in some distant town. Morning light lay across a wall. An old potter sat on a stool, his hands around a cup he had made himself. Shelves of lamps stood behind him, hundreds of them, each shaped to hold a flame. The potter did not work. He only sat in the sun with his eyes closed. The image trembled. Nikos smelled clay dust and ashes. Then the surface cleared. He waited. The picture returned, not as sight this time, but as feeling. Relief of hands that had shaped and shaped and shaped and shaped, finally resting in the warmth they had helped others carry through dark rooms. He understood, without being told, that the potter had once come to this island, or that the light which touched him had brought some small part of him here. Perhaps both. The pool became still. Nikos sat a while longer. When he stood, he felt no great revelation, only a quiet tenderness for the potter, whose name he did not know. A man who had made lamps all his life deserved the morning in which he did not have to make anything. He continued along the path. The second pool lay higher, beneath the ledge where swallows had built nests from mud. It was smaller than the first, hardly wider than a shield, and its water held a faint rose tint, though the sun above was clear. Nikos sat on the warm stone. This time the pool stirred almost at once. He saw a field at dawn. A woman stood among rows of young barley, her hands resting on the top of a wooden rake. Her hair was tied back with a strip of red cloth. Behind her, the child slept in a basket beneath an olive tree. The woman was not old, but her shoulders carried long work. The morning light touched her face, and for one breath she closed her eyes. The pool did not show what came before or after, only that breath, only the moment of being held by light before the day asked anything more of her. Nikos felt his throat tighten, not with sorrow. The image was too peaceful for that, but with recognition of something he had seen often and never properly understood. People pausing in doorways, on boats, beside ovens, in fields, at wells, allowing morning to touch them before they returned to what needed doing. He had thought such pauses were small. Here they seemed holy. When the water cleared, the rose tint remained. Nikos dipped his fingers lightly into the edge. The water was warm, and for an instant he smelled cut grass, milk, and distant bread. He moved on. The path grew narrower. To his right, The land sloped back into the island as groves. To his left, the cliff dropped toward the sea in long shelves of gold and white stone. The water below was brighter now, sun-struck and blue, with lines of silver where the wind passed over it. Nikos could see no other islands, no sails, no sign of the world from which he had come. Yet he did not feel abandoned. The absence of other shores made this one feel more complete. At noon he reached a flat place beneath 3 olive trees. There was no pool there, only shade. Remembering Helios' words that his task was to walk and sit, not to solve, he stopped. He drank water, ate bread and cheese, and rested with his back against a trunk. The bark pressed into his shoulders. A bee circled the satchel and then drifted away. The sea wind moved steadily across the cliff, cooling the sweat at his temples. The sun stood high overhead, but the island's warmth did not oppress. It seemed to rise and settle, like a sleeping animal breathing beneath the earth. Nikos closed his eyes. He did not intend to sleep, but he slipped into a brief doze. In it he was aboard Thalia, though the boat did not move. The sail hung loose and full at the same time, as impossible as a dream allows. His grandmother sat at the prow, not as she had been in age, but not young either. She held a spool of red thread, and was winding it around her fingers. "You followed well?" she said, without looking at him. "The sunset?" he asked. The part of you that knew went to look. He wanted to ask her whether she had known of the island, whether she had spoken in myth, because myth was all she had, or because it was the safest way to tell a child the truth. But the dream softened around the edges before he could speak. When he opened his eyes, the olive leaves above him were flashing silver. He had slept only a little while. The shade had moved. He rose with the slow heaviness of someone waking from a peaceful nap, and continued. Beyond the 3 trees, the path bent around the shoulder of the cliff. Here the island's western face opened fully before him. The sea seemed to fill half the world. The sun, though still high, had begun its long invisible leaning toward evening. Nikos found the 3rd pool in a place he would have missed had a lizard not darted across the path and vanished beside it. This pool was hidden in a cleft of stone, shaded by the cliff above. Its water was deep blue despite the brightness of the day. When Nikos knelt beside it, he felt coolness for the first time since arriving on the island. He sat. The pool gave no image. He waited. A gull crossed the sky. The sound of waves rose and fell. Somewhere behind him, an olive twig creaked in the wind. Still nothing. Nikos thought of moving on, then remembered that Milia had said to sit beside each one for a little while. So he remained. Slowly, the blue deepened. The surface did not become a picture. Instead, Nikos heard something, a single note, sung very softly, then another. He looked around, but there was no one nearby. The song seemed to come from the water itself, though not with words. It carried a feeling of someone far from home humming to themselves at the end of the day, not because they were joyful exactly, and not because they were sad, but because a human voice can make a small shelter around loneliness. Nikos listened. Images did not appear, but impressions rose in him. A traveler beneath a tree at dusk, a fisherman mending nets after a poor catch, a young man sitting outside a closed door, not yet ready to knock, a woman on a rooftop, folding dry linen, while the city below grew quiet. The pool held no single life. It held the small songs people made when they thought no one heard them, songs without audience, songs that kept the heart company. Nikos stayed until the note faded. When silence returned, it seemed fuller than before. He touched the water with the back of one finger. It was cool, but not cold. He understood then that not all remembered light was golden. Some of it was blue. Some of it belonged to hours when people did not feel bright, yet still received enough light to continue. He rose more slowly after that. The path carried him farther along the cliff, then upward again, through a narrow passage between two stones. The air changed on the other side. It smelled of dry grass, sun-warmed rock, and a faint sweetness like crushed figs. Here the ground leveled into a high meadow that could not be seen from below. Nikos stood at its edge. The meadow was small and sheltered, ringed by olive trees bent low from wind. Golden grass moved in waves. White flowers grew close to the ground. At the far end, half hidden among stones, was a wide pool unlike the others. Its surface shone pale yellow, not sunset yellow, not morning gold, something gentler, like light filtered through linen. Nikos crossed the meadow. As he neared the pool, he saw that smooth stones had been placed around its edge. Some were carved with small marks. A hand, a lamp, a sheaf of wheat, a cup, a boat, an eye, a sleeping bird, a circle with rays. The carvings were simple and worn, as though made by many different hands over many years. He sat among them. The moment he did, the wind settled. The grass slowed. The pool brightened. Nikos saw a room. It was not grand. Only a low room with plaster walls and a small window. Afternoon light entered in a square and lay across the floor. On a bed near the wall, a man slept under a woven blanket. Beside him sat a woman with gray in her hair. She held a bowl of broth in her lap, but she had fallen asleep too, her head tilted against the wall, one hand resting near the sleeper's wrist. The light touched them both. The image shifted. A ship's deck at evening. Sailors lying wherever they could find space, backs against coiled ropes, arms beneath heads, mouths slightly open in exhaustion. The sunset touched their faces one by one. Another shift. A shepherd asleep beneath a rock overhang while sheep grazed nearby. Another. A mother and child asleep together in a doorway during the heat of day. Another. An old scholar at a table, head resting on folded arms, with an unfinished line of writing drying beside his hand. Again and again the pool showed people sleeping in ordinary places. No temple, no miracle, no great ceremony, only bodies surrendering, briefly or deeply, to the kindness of stopping. Nikos watched until the images blurred. Then the pool cleared, and in its pale surface he saw his own reflection. He looked older than he sometimes felt. Salt had marked lines beside his eyes. His beard held more gray than he had noticed. His face was calm, but beneath the calm was fatigue of a kind no single night could mend. Not illness, not despair, simply the long habit of self-command. For many years he had rested only when work allowed it, when the cargo was secured, when the sail was tied, when the weather was safe, when the harbor was reached, when the accounts were settled, when no one needed him, when nothing else could be done. He had thought rest came after completion, but no life was ever fully complete. There was always another rope, another crossing, another season, another repair, another promise to oneself that peace would come after the next necessary thing. The pool held his face patiently. No voice spoke from it. No God appeared. Yet the understanding arrived as clearly as any words Melia might have said. Rest was not a reward kept at the far end of effort. Rest was part of the road, a rhythm within the work, not merely the silence after it. Even Helios did not wait until the world was finished needing light. The world would need it again tomorrow. And still, each evening, the chariot returned. The horses were unharnessed. The door closed. The brightness laid itself down. Nikos bowed his head. For several minutes he simply breathed. The meadow moved around him. The olive trees whispered. The pale pool shone. He thought of Thalia. Of all the times he had kept sailing because he could, because the wind was favorable, because another harbor lay within reach full push through the night. He thought of his body, loyal and quiet, carrying him across years. He thought of how rarely he had thanked it, except by asking more of it. A small laugh escaped him, low and gentle, not amused, not bitter, only softened. He took the folded strip of linen from the satchel and wiped his face, though he had not realized tears had come. After a while he noticed something beside the pool. Half tucked beneath one of the carved stones was a small object. Nikos did not touch it at first. It lay partly in shadow, no larger than his palm, curved and dull with age. He shifted slightly to see it better. It was a piece of bronze, a fragment from something once circular, perhaps the rim of a small mirror or cup. Its surface had gone green in places, but one edge still held a faint golden sheen. There were marks etched into it, thin and careful. Nikos lifted it gently. The bronze was warm. The marks were not letters he knew, yet at the center was an image he recognized. A chariot wheel, very small, with raised 4 spokes. Beneath it was a line that looked like a wave, and beside that, a sleeping bird. He wondered who had left it there. A traveler, a worshipper, the potter, the Queen Melia had mentioned, the soldier who had laid down his spear, or someone else entirely. He turned the fragment over. On the back, in worn Greek, barely visible, were 3 words, "Not all returns." Nikos read them once, then again. The phrase troubled him, though not sharply. It seemed less like a warning than the beginning of a thought whose ending had been lost. He held the bronze in his palm and looked at the pale pool. "Not all returns," he murmured. The water remained still. He considered leaving the fragment where he had found it. It seemed to belong to the pool, to the stones, to whoever had placed it there. But as he lowered it, warm metal gave a faint pulse against his skin, like sunlight through a cloud, not a command, an invitation. Nikos closed his fingers around it. "I will ask Melia," he said softly, as if the island required explanation. The meadow wind rose again, and the grass leaned westward. He stayed a little longer beside the pale pool, until the sun had moved enough to make the stone at his side warm through his tunic. Then he stood and continued along the path. The high meadow narrowed into a ridge. From there, Nikos could see both sides of the island for the first time. To the east, low hills descended into groves and small valleys, where sunlight lay thick among the trees. To the west, the cliffs fell in shells toward the sea. The cove where he had landed seemed far away now, a curve of gold and blue at the island as foot. Above, the sky was clear except for a few white clouds traveling slowly like sheep across a vast pasture. The path turned downward. Afternoon had begun. Its light was different from morning, richer, warmer at the edges. The island seemed to notice. Insects grew quieter. The shadows of olive leaves lengthened. The stones beneath Nikos' feet gathered heat again. He came to another pool, near the descent, wider than the others, and shaped almost perfectly round. It sat in full sun, and its surface was so bright that he had to shade his eyes. He considered passing it, thinking perhaps he had seen enough for one day. But the satchel at his side shifted, and the bronze fragment inside it touched against his hip with a small weight. So he sat. This pool did not wait long. It showed him light on water. At first only that. Sunlight broken across waves, dazzling and ordinary. Then the view widened. Nikos saw many boats. Small fishing boats, merchant ships, river barges, reed rafts. A child's toy boat floating in a basin. Each one held light differently, on polished oars, on wet ropes, on folded sails. on the curved backs of men hauling nets, on jars packed in straw, on the woman standing at the prow of a ferry, one hand on a bundle, her face turned toward a shore she had not yet reached. Nikos leaned closer. The images moved slowly, each one a quiet crossing. Then he saw Thalia, not in the cove as she was now, but in memory. He saw her years earlier, newly his, paint still fresh along the prow, saw himself younger, standing aboard her with foolish pride he had tried to hide. He saw the first time he had slept on her deck under an open sky, too excited by ownership to feel the hardness of the boards. The pool shifted again. He saw Thalia in rough weather, not dangerous now in memory, only wet and gray, her sail reefed, her hull rising and falling. He saw his hands working the rope. He saw himself laughing once into the rain, though he had forgotten that moment. He saw dawn after that storm, when the clouds opened and sunlight fell across the boat like forgiveness. Another shift. Thalia in harbors. Thalia empty. Thalia loaded. Thalia under stars. Thalia waiting. The pool brightened until the boat became only a shape made of light. Nikos understood that his boat, too, had carried him faithfully, not merely from island to island, but through seasons of his own life. She had been shelter, labor, companion, witness. He had cared for her well, but perhaps he had never considered that she, like all things asked to carry weight, needed her own rest. He looked down toward the distant cove. "I will scrape your hull properly when we return," he said under his breath, "and not in a hurry." The pool cleared. He smiled. The path downward passed through a grove, different from the one near Melia's house. East trees were lower and wider, their branches spreading close to the ground. Nets of shadow lay beneath them. A few olives had fallen early and rested in the dust, dark and smooth as beads. Near the edge of the grove, Nikos found a stone bench. He sat there with the last of the water. The bronze fragment lay in his palm. In the stronger afternoon light, the words on the back seemed clearer. Not all returns. Perhaps it meant that some who came to the island stayed. Perhaps that some light, once given, did not return to its source, but remained in the world. Perhaps that rest did not restore a person to exactly who they had been before weariness. It changed them. It returned them. Yes, but not unchanged. This thought did not frighten him. He wondered whether man could leave an island such as this and go back to the same harbors, the same routes, the same tasks, and still carry a different rhythm within him, not a dramatic change. Nikos had little interest in becoming unrecognizable to himself, but perhaps he could sail more slowly when weather allowed. Perhaps he could stop in harbors without feeling he had failed the horizon. Perhaps he could watch sunsets, not as someone searching for a door, but as someone honoring the daily return of what had carried the world. He placed the bronze fragment in the satchel. By the time he reached the lower terraces, the day had ripened toward evening. Melia was in the garden beside the house, cutting herbs with a small knife. She looked up as Nikos approached, and though she asked no immediate question, her eyes moved once to the satchel. "You found something," she said. "I found several things. It is often how walking works." He sat on the low wall near the herb bed. Melia continued cutting. The garden was small but abundant, with rosemary, thyme, mint, and a row of low plants whose leaves were silver and soft as lamb's ears. Bees moved slowly among purple flowers. The house behind her smelled of warm bread again. Nikos took out the bronze fragment and offered it. Melia did not touch it at once. Her face changed only slightly, but he saw recognition pass through it. "Where was it?" she asked. "Beside the pale pool in the high meadow." "Ah, do you know it?" "Yes." He waited. She set down the knife and wiped her hands on her robe before taking the bronze. She held it with care, not as a relic of wealth, but as one might hold a cup that had once belonged to a friend. "It was left by the potter," she said. "The one who made lamps?" Melia nodded. Nikos remembered the old man in the first pool, his hands around a cup, sunlight across the courtyard. "He came here near the end of his life," she said. "Not dying. Not yet. Only worn thin by usefulness. His lamps had burned in houses, ships, temples, inns, sick rooms, wedding halls, burial chambers, and lonely windows. He had given light 1,000 small places to live, but he did not know how to sit in it." Nikos looked at the fragment. What was it part of? "A small bronze lamp. The words on the back," Nikos said. "Not all returns." Melia turned the fragment over. "Yes. What does it mean?" She sat beside him on the wall. For a while she looked toward the west, where the afternoon light had begun to warm. "It was not the whole inscription," she said. "The lamp broke when he dropped it near the pool. He was upset at first. He had brought it as an offering, and he thought the breaking made it unworthy." "What did the full line say?" Melia's thumb moved lightly over the worn letters. "Not all returns as it left." Nikos let the words settle. "Not all returns as it left." The phrase opened gently. "That is different," he said. "It is. What happened to him?" "He stayed 3 evenings. On the first, he apologized for being tired. On the second, he slept most of the day beneath the olives. On the third, he repaired the lamp as best he could. Oh, one piece was missing. This piece. He left it behind. He said the island should keep the part of him that believed breaking meant failure." Nikos looked at the fragment in Melia's hands, the small chariot wheel, the wave, the sleeping bird. "And did he return home?" "Yes." "Changed?" Melia smiled. "Enough." She handed the bronze back to him. "Should I return it to the pool?" he asked. "Not yet." He looked at her. "Why?" "Because you found it while learning something he also learned. Keep it until you understand what part of yourself need not be carried away unchanged." Nikos closed his fingers around the fragment. The words did not feel heavy. They felt patient. Melia rose. "Come. The horses will return before long, and supper will not prepare itself, simply because gods exist." The ordinary humor in her voice eased him. He followed her into the house, and helped with what she allowed him to help with. He carried a jar of water from a basin near the door. He sliced figs. He placed olives in a shallow bowl. Melia gave him herbs to crush with salt and oil, and the fragrance rose sharp and green beneath his hands. The work was small, and because it was small, it soothed him. Through the open door, the afternoon slowly leaned into evening. The island began to change again. It happened gradually. The shadows lengthened first, reaching across the terrace like blue fingers. The stones in the walls took on a warmer color. The olive leaves, which had been silver in the high sun, began to catch gold along their edges. Far below, the sea darkened by degrees, blue gathering depth beneath a sky that had begun to pale near the horizon. Nikos felt the island preparing, not in haste, not anxiously, only with the quiet readiness of a home before someone beloved returns. Melia set the table on the terrace, as she had the night before, but this time Nikos noticed details he had missed in his wonder. The uneven rim of the bowls, smooth place on the table where many hands had rested, the small chip in the wine pitcher repaired with gold-colored resin, the way Melia always turned one chair slightly west. "For him?" Nikos asked, nodding toward the empty chair. Melia followed his gaze. "For the evening," she said. They ate as the light deepened. Nikos told her, slowly, about the higher pools. He spoke of the potter, a woman in the field, the blue pool of small songs, the pale pool of sleeping people, the boats, Thalia. Melia listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding, occasionally reaching for bread or pouring more watered wine. When he finished, she said, "You listened well. I do not know that I understood everything. Understanding is not always the first harvest. What is attention?" He looked toward the sea. The sun had lowered now, still above the horizon, but round and rich with evening. Its path lay across the water in a molten line. Nikos thought of Helios far away, nearing the end of the day's crossing. He wondered whether the god felt the island calling before he saw it, whether the horses sensed the descent, whether the chariot wheels warmed differently as they turned toward home. "What happens to the light people leave behind?" he asked. Melia rested her cup on the table. "Some remains where it is given. Some rises again with them. Some is too tired to do either, and so it comes here. Human light, hope, kindness, courage, the warmth of hands that worked, the brightness of love offered quietly, the small lamps people keep lit for one another without knowing anyone sees." She looked at him. "Light is not only what gods carry." Nikos did not answer. Below the terrace, the lower pools began to glow one by one. Honey, rose, copper, violet. The island's hidden evening returned, not as a surprise this time, but as recognition. Melia continued. "The sun touches the world, but the world also gives light back. A mother singing to a restless child, sailor guiding another boat through fog, a baker rising before dawn, a friend waiting at a threshold, a stranger sharing water. These things are small, but small lights travel farther than people think." Nikos thought of the blue pool and the songs without audience. "Do they need rest too?" he asked. "Yes, even hope?" "Especially hope." The answer was soft, and because it was soft, it seemed true. The sun neared the horizon. The island warmed. From the upper clearing came the faintest sound of distant wheels, though nothing was yet visible. Nikos turned toward it, and Melia smiled. "Not yet," she said. "Listen first." So he did. Evening gathered around them. He heard the sea below, the leaves above, the small clink of Melia setting down her cup, his own breathing. Then, beneath these, something deeper, a hum in the stones, a low golden resonance, moving through the island from the cliffs down to the beach. The pools brightened. The warm sand in the cove shone softly. The olive trunks seemed to hold lines of fire in their bark, and high above the western cliff, where the sun was lowering into its own reflection, a brightness appeared. The chariot returned. This time Nikos did not see it from the trees, uncertain and newly arrived. He saw it from the terrace, with the day behind him and the island around him, and the sight entered him differently. The horses descended along the evening path, their movement slower now than at dawn. The chariot wheels glowed red gold. Helios stood within it, his radiance still immense, but gentling as the sky gentled. He had crossed the world. He had touched everything appointed to receive the day. Now he came home. Nikos stood. So did Melia. Together they bowed their heads. The chariot passed beyond the line of olives toward the upper court. Light spilled through the grove in long bands. For a few breaths, every leaf became a small flame. Then the brightness softened, and the sounds of arrival began. The slowing wheels, the horses' hooves on stone, Melia's quiet intake of breath. She turned to Nikos. "I must tend them. May I help?" She considered him, not as though testing worthiness, but as though listening to the island's answer. "Yes," she said. "Tonight you may carry water. The task was simple. Nikos followed her up to the clearing, keeping his gaze low until the chariot had stilled, and the brightness around Helios had softened enough for the world to hold. Melia handed him clay jars from a shaded alcove near the columns and pointed toward a spring-fed basin beside the court. "Fill these. Set them by the trough. Speak little. Move slowly." Nikos nodded. He did exactly as told. At the basin, the water ran clear over golden stone. He filled the jars one by one. They were heavy, but not painfully so. He carried them across the court and set them beside the trough where the horses waited. The red horse lowered its head first, drinking deeply. The cream horse breathed against Nikos' shoulder as he stepped back, and the warmth of that breath moved through him like sunlight returning to a room. Melia unfastened the harness. She worked in silence, but not alone. Nikos lifted what she handed him. He hung the leather straps carefully on their hooks. He carried another jar. He stepped aside when the horses shifted. Once, Pyros nudged the satchel at his side, and a bronze fragment within gave a faint answering warmth. Nikos placed a hand briefly over it. Helios stood near the chariot. Nikos did not look directly at him, but he sensed the god's weariness and peace, sensed the way the air around him slowly cooled from brilliance to evening gold. Melia approached with a bowl of water and herbs. Helios dipped his hands into it. The water flashed once with light, then settled. No words passed between god and caretaker that Nikos could hear. Perhaps none were needed. When the horses had been freed, they moved to their places in the court. The chariot dimmed. The wheels stilled completely. The door in the cliff began to glow. Helios walked toward it. At the threshold he paused. Nikos, standing near the trough with one empty jar in his hands, felt the pause touch him. The god did not turn fully. Yet a warmth moved through the clearing and rested briefly against Nikos' chest, exactly where he had tucked the bronze fragment. "Not all returns as it left." The words rose in him. Then the door opened in light, and Helios entered the sleeping chamber. The door closed. The carved sun shut its eyes. Evening settled. Nikos lowered the empty jar. Melia came to stand beside him. "You did well," she said. "I only carried water. That is often enough." The horses drank and breathed softly in the golden court. The pools below shone in descending colors. The first stars appeared. Nikos felt tired now, but not emptied. It was a pleasant tiredness that follows useful, quiet work, the kind that enters the body without troubling the mind. Together, he and Melia returned to the house. They did not speak much on the way. The island did not need words from them. The path glowed underfoot. The olives held their evening shimmer. The sea below gathered darkness slowly, but not coldly. Every part of the island seemed to know the rhythm now, crossing, returning, tending, resting, rising. At the terrace, Melia gave Nikos a small cup of warmer water. "For sleep," she said. He took it gratefully. The night opened. From where he sat, he could see Thalia in the cove. He thought of scraping her hull, oiling the worn rail, checking the sail, not because he wished to leave quickly, but because care itself could be restful when done without haste. He thought of the potter and the broken lamp. He thought of the woman in the barley field, the old scholar asleep over unfinished words, the sailors on a sunlit deck, and all the small lights people carried without naming them. The bronze fragment lay on the table before him. Its worn edge caught the glow. "Not all returns as it left," Nikos said quietly. Melia, seated across from him, looked toward the western cliffs. "No," she said. "But what returns with gentleness often returns more truly." The words passed into the warm night. Nikos did not try to hold them tightly. He finished the drink and felt its calm move through him. His limbs were heavy from walking the cliffs. His mind, which had spent so many years measuring distance and weather, had become less eager to measure anything at all. Later, in the guest room, he placed the bronze fragment beside the basin. The painted suns along the wall were dim and golden. Outside, the grove whispered. Far above, the horses shifted in their rest. Somewhere behind the cliff door, the keeper of daylight slept again, not diminished by sleep, not absent from the world, but gathering brightness in the hidden chamber of evening. Nikos lay down. His body welcomed the bed. He thought, just before sleep took him, that tomorrow he might walk to the eastern side of the island, if such a path existed, or he might sit by the cove and tend Thalia, or he might do very little, and learn whether doing very little could also be a kind of faithful work. The thought did not need an answer. The island would answer in its own time. The warm blow in the room softened. The sea breathed below. The olive leaves moved once, then rested, and Nikos drifted down into sleep with the feeling that some quiet part of him, long carried from harbor to harbor, had finally been set gently upon warm sand, not abandoned, not finished, only allowed, at last, to rest. Nikos woke later than he expected. No sound of harness had drawn him from sleep this time. No bronze chime. No soft movement of horses. No secret stirring of the island before dawn. When he opened his eyes, the room was already filled with morning. Sunlight lay across the stone floor in a wide, pale square. It touched the legs of the low bed, the clay basin near the door, the folded linen cloth, and the small bronze fragment resting on the shelf beside him. Dust moved slowly in the beam, each speck rising and falling as though the room were breathing in light. For a few moments Nikos did not move. He had slept deeply. Not the narrow sleep of a sailor keeping one part of himself awake for a change in weather. Not the uneasy sleep of a traveler in a strange harbor, with one hand near his belongings, and one ear tuned to the sounds beyond the wall. This sleep had taken him fully. It had gathered him down into stillness, and returned him slowly, without alarm. He lay listening to the island. Outside, olive leaves stirred in a soft morning breeze. Somewhere beyond the house, Melia was moving about her work, though the sounds were faint. A bowl set down, a door opened, water poured into another vessel. From below came the mild hush of the sea in the cove. No urgency entered any of it. Nikos turned his head toward the bronze fragment. In daylight, it looked smaller than it had on the cliff, less mysterious perhaps, but more real. A broken piece of an old lamp, a bit of bronze greened by time, a remnant of a man who had once believed, as Nikos had, that to be broken was to have failed the purpose for which one had been made. Not all returns as it left. The words had followed him into sleep, and returned with him into morning. He sat up slowly. His body ached, but pleasantly, from the previous day's climb. His legs remembered the western path. His shoulders remembered the water jars. His hands remembered the warmth of the horse's breath and the roughness of Thalia's rail beneath his palm. Thalia. The thought came gently, but with clarity. He had promised her care. Nikos rose, washed and dressed. He took the bronze fragment and placed it in the fold of cloth at his waist, where it rested lightly against him, and stepped outside. The morning had advanced beyond dawn into full gold. Melia stood on the terrace, shaking crumbs from a cloth over the low wall. She looked up as he came out, and smiled as though late waking were not something to apologize for. "You slept through the leaving," she said. "I did, and the sky still received him." Nikos smiled faintly. "So it seems." She folded the cloth. "Come, there is bread." Breakfast was simple. barley bread warmed over coals, olives, soft white cheese, and a bowl of honeyed yogurt with crushed figs. Nikos ate slowly, with the quiet hunger that follows true rest. He noticed that the second chair, the one Melia had turned slightly west the evening before, had been moved back toward the table. For the first time he felt no need to ask why. Some things on the island were done because they belonged to the rhythm of the place. When he had finished, he looked down toward the cove. "I would like to tend to my boat today," he said. Melia poured water into his cup. "She has carried you well." "She has." "Then go to her." He looked at Melia, wondering whether there was more instruction, some hidden task, some pool to visit, some path to follow. But she only began gathering the bowls. "Is there nothing else I should do?" "That sounds like a sailor's question." "It may be." She lifted one bowl and tilted it toward the light to check whether it was clean. "Today, do what you already know must be done. But do it without leaving yourself behind while you do it." Nikos considered this. It was the sort of answer he might once have dismissed as too simple to be useful. Yet on the island, simplicity had a way of opening after one carried it for a while. He nodded. "I will try." "No need to try too hard," Melia said. "That would defeat the lesson." This time he laughed softly, and the sound surprised him by how natural it felt. After breakfast, he gathered what he needed from Thalia's own small store: a scraper of worn bronze, a cloth, a jar of oil, a length of rope, and a small brush stiffened by salt. He dragged the boat a little higher onto the sand with care, waiting between pulls as the gentle waves helped lift and settle the hull. The work was familiar, but the place changed it. The cove was bright and still. The sand was warm beneath his knees. Clear water folded itself along the shore and retreated with a whisper. Tiny fish flashed near the rocks. Above the beach, the olive grove leaned toward the sea, and from somewhere among its branches came the low hum of bees. Nikos began with the hull. Barnacles had gathered along one side, not many, but enough to slow her if left too long. He knelt and scraped them away one by one. The sound was small and rough, a private rhythm against the hush of the water. In other harbors he might have hurried. He might have measured the work against the day's light or against the impatience of leaving. Here he found himself noticing the curve of each plank, the places where the wood had darkened from old weather, the seam he had repaired 3 winters ago, the faint scar from a hidden rock near Naxos, the worn patch where a coil of rope always rested. Thalia was not a large boat. She had never carried armies, marble columns, royal tribute, or anything the poets would think worth remembering. Yet she had carried olive oil through calm water, linen through rain, jars of honey, bundles of letters, sleeping sailors, quiet songs, and Nikos himself through more evenings than he could count. He worked his palm along the hull. "You have done enough to deserve patience," he murmured. A wave slipped up the sand and touched his ankle. He smiled and went on. As the sun climbed, the work settled him. Scrape, pause, brush, rinse, oil. He turned the tasks over slowly, allowing each one to be itself. The bronze fragment at his waist warmed occasionally when he bent close to the wood, as though it approved of care given to something weathered and useful. By midday he had cleaned one side of the hull and oiled the rail. He sat beneath the shade of Thalia's raised prow and ate bread Melia had wrapped for him without being asked. The boat leaned above him, her shadow cool across his legs. He looked out at the sea. From here, at the level of the cove, the island seemed less like the resting place of a god, and more like a small, kind shore that had decided to keep him safe for a little while. The thought pleased him. After a while, Melia came down the beach, carrying 2 clay cups and a flask. She did not call out. She simply walked across the sand, her sandals leaving shallow impressions, and sat on a smooth stone a few paces away. "Who work more slowly today," she observed. "I am trying not to rush her. Only her." Nikos looked at the scraper in his hand. "Perhaps myself as well." Melia handed him a cup. The drink was cool water with mint and a faint taste of citrus. Nikos drank gratefully. For a time they sat without speaking. Melia watched the waves. Nikos watched light moving along the side of the boat. Then he said, "You told me the island receives tired light." "Yes, and yesterday you said it receives human light too. Hope, kindness, small things people carry." Melia nodded. "Does it also receive what people are tired from carrying?" She did not answer quickly. A gull crossed above the cove, white against the blue. It gave one soft cry and vanished toward the cliffs. "At times," she said. Nikos waited. Melia set her cup in the sand between her feet. "Not everything that comes here is brightness. Some travelers arrive with burdens they have held so long they no longer know they are holding them. A promise to be strong in a way no one asked of them. A grief they have polished into duty. Name they were given and never questioned. A fear of stopping. A guilt for needing kindness. These things are not evil. They are simply heavy." Nikos looked toward Thalia. "And the island takes them?" "No," she said gently. "The island does not take what has not been offered. He absorbed this." The wave line advanced and withdrew. "What happens if someone offers such a burden?" "That depends on the burden. Some dissolve like salt in warm water. Some become small enough to carry differently. Some must be placed somewhere and visited again before they can be left. And some are not meant to be abandoned at all, only set down long enough for the hands to rest." Nikos thought of ropes coiled too tightly, of knots swollen by salt, until the fingers ached trying to open them. How does one know which is which? Melia's expression softened. "Usually by trying to set it down." He gave a quiet breath that was almost a laugh. "You answer like the island. I've lived here a long time." He looked at her then, more directly. "How long?" The question had risen before in him, and faded each time, but now it remained. Melia looked toward the western cliffs. The sunlight showed the lines in her face, the weathering of her hands, the stillness of someone who had watched countless evenings arrive. She did not seem offended by the question, only thoughtful about where to begin. "Long enough," she said at last, "to forget the first language in which my mother sang to me." Nikos lowered his gaze. "I did not mean to pry." "You did not. Some questions are doors. It is not wrong to notice them. Did you come here like the others?" "Yes." "As a traveler?" "As a daughter who thought she had failed to become what was expected of her." Nikos sat quietly. Melia's eyes remained on the sea. "My father kept a temple on a little island east of here. Not a grand temple, a small one, with a courtyard open to weather and a painted altar where people left oil, grain, and requests they were too tired to speak aloud. He believed I would tend it after him. For a while, I believed it too. What changed? The god to whom the temple belonged did not ask me to stay." Nikos glanced at her. "That seems simple. It took me years to hear." She smiled, but there was sadness in it, only because all old truth carries the shadow of the time before it was known. "When my father died, I kept the temple. I swept the courtyard, trimmed the lamps, received offerings, remembered feast days, and gave the answers people expected from a keeper of sacred things. I did it well. That was the difficulty. Many burdens remain because we are good at carrying them." Nikos looked down at his hands. They were salt-marked, scarred, capable. "Then you left." "Not at once. First, I grew quiet inside, then angry at myself for being quiet, then kinder. And one evening, After lighting the lamps, I saw that every flame had leaned west. Though there was no wind, I followed where they pointed. To this island? Yes. And you stayed. Amelia picked up her cup and turned it slowly between her palms. I stayed one evening, then another. Then I was asked whether I wished to tend what returned tired. By then I understood that a temple does not become empty because one woman leaves it. The world is wider than our assigned rooms. Nikos listened to the phrase carefully. The world is wider than our assigned rooms. He wondered what room he had assigned himself. Sailor, wanderer, man of the westward gaze, the one who left before he was needed, the one who could manage alone, the one who did not ask for harbor except as a place to trade, repair, and sleep. Melia rose. "There is a path behind the inner grove," she said. "When the day cools, you may wish to walk it." Nikos looked up. "What is there?" "Old stones, a little shade, perhaps nothing, perhaps something. That too." She began to walk back toward the house, then turned. "Bring the bronze piece." The fragment warmed against his waist, as if it had heard. Nikos spent the early afternoon finishing what he had begun. He cleaned the other side of Thalia's hull, tightened a loose fitting near the stern, and rubbed oil into the rail until the wood darkened and shone. He checked the sail and found a small tear near one edge. Ordinarily he might have made a quick repair, enough to last the next stretch of sea. Today he sat in the shade of the boat and stitched it properly, in and out. Draw the thread, smooth the cloth, in and out. The movement became a kind of prayer without words. He thought of Melia's father's temple, of lamps leaning west, of a woman learning that sacredness did not always mean staying where others expected her to be. He thought of the potter leaving behind the piece of himself that believed brokenness meant failure. He wondered what piece of himself the island would ask for. When the heat of afternoon softened, Nikos washed his hands in the shallows, returned his tools to the boat, and climbed from the beach toward Melia's house. She was not on the terrace. Beside the door, she had left a small satchel ready for him. Began. Inside were water, figs, and a few olives wrapped in leaves. There was also a small clay lamp, unlit. Nikos looked at it for a while before picking it up. It was simple, undecorated, small enough to fit easily in one hand. Beside it lay a note scratched on a flat piece of pale bark. "For the inner path. No need to light it, unless evening finds you." He placed the lamp carefully in the satchel, and made sure the bronze fragment was secure at his waist. Then he followed the narrow path behind the house, away from the sea. Until then, most of what he had seen of the island had leaned westward. The cove, the cliffs, sunset pools, the golden court, the chamber where Helios slept. Behind Melia's house, the land folded inward. The path entered an olive grove thicker than the others. Here the trees were not widely spaced and silvered by sea wind. They grew close together, their branches interlacing overhead, so that the light beneath them became green and quiet. The air smelled of leaves, dry earth, and something faintly sweet, like fruit hidden in shade. Nikos walked slowly. The ground was soft with old leaves. Here and there, roots crossed the path like sleeping serpents, but there was nothing threatening in them. The grove held the deep calm of places that are not often visited, because they do not announce themselves. After some time, the olive trees gave way to an orchard. Nikos stopped at its edge. The trees there were unlike any he had seen on the island so far. Pomegranates hung heavy and red beneath glossy leaves. Fig trees spread broad shade over dry grass. Almond trees stood pale and delicate, their branches moving lightly though the air was still. There were also trees he could not name, bearing small golden fruit that seemed to catch the sun even in shadow. The path passed between them. No birds sang here. Instead, the orchard held a listening silence. Nikos felt the bronze fragment warm against his side. He took it out. The little chariot wheel etched on the metal had brightened faintly, not glowing exactly, but catching light from no visible source. He held it in his palm and continued. At the far end of the orchard, the path reached a low stone wall. Beyond it stood a small shrine. It was not like the columned shelter of the chariot. It had no grandeur, no gleaming gold, no sense of divine arrival. It was built of rough, pale stones, roofed with flat slabs, and open on one side to a clearing filled with dry grass. At its center stood a simple stone table. Around the table, arranged carefully, were objects: a wooden shepherd's flute, a strip of purple cloth, faded by time, a spearhead with its point buried safely in a bowl of sand, a child's clay cup, a spindle, a small bronze lamp, missing one piece. Nikos stepped closer. The air was very still. He knew, without being told, that he had found a resting place for what travelers had laid down. The objects were not abandoned as refuse. They had been placed with care. Each one held its own silence, its own story, its own release. Some were weathered almost beyond recognition. Others looked as though they had been set there only a season ago. Light entered the shrine through gaps in the stone roof and fell across them in narrow golden bars. Nikos approached the bronze lamp. It was small and beautifully made, though repaired in several places. A crack ran along its side, sealed long ago with a dark resin. Near the rim was a gap, curved like the fragment in his palm. He did not fit the piece into place. Not yet. Instead, he sat on a flat stone near the entrance of the shrine and looked at the other objects. The wooden flute lay nearest to him. It was worn where fingers had once covered its holes. Beside it, someone had carved a small sheep into the stone table, so faintly that it might have been accidental if one did not look closely. A shepherd. Melia had mentioned a shepherd among those who had come to the island. Nikos lifted the flute carefully, expecting it to crumble, but the wood held. It was light and dry, with a faint scent of hillside grass. He did not try to play it. As he held it, the orchard around the shrine shifted, not visibly at first. The trees remained, the light remained, yet the silence deepened, and within it came the sound of bells, small bells, goat bells, perhaps, or sheep bells, moving over a slope at dusk. Then he saw, not with his eyes exactly, a young shepherd sitting on a hillside far from any village. Evening lay around him. His flock had gathered near a spring. The boy, or perhaps the young man, held this very flute in his hands. He wanted to play, but each time he lifted it, he lowered it again, listening instead to the bells, the wind, and the quiet breathing of the animals. The impression shifted. The shepherd was older now. His hands were broader. His face was browned by years of sun. He still carried the flute, though it had been long since he played for anyone. There was always work: counting, guiding, watching for weather, mending fences, finding lost lambs, waking before dawn, sleeping lightly. Then he was on the island. Nikos felt the shepherd's weariness, not dramatic, not sorrowful, only simple and deep. The weariness of listening, always for what might wander away. The shepherd had laid the flute on the stone table, not because he would never listen again, because he had confused vigilance with love. The bells faded. Nikos placed the flute back with great care. He sat quietly. So the shrine did not merely hold objects. It held burdens loosened from them. The strip of purple cloth drew his attention next. It had once been rich, perhaps part of a cloak or veil, but time had softened it to a muted violet. One edge was embroidered with gold thread, though much of it had frayed. Nikos touched only the corner. The shrine filled with the faint scent of cedar, pressed flowers, and distant rain. He saw a woman walking alone through a palace garden at night. She wore no crown, but everything around her knew she was queen. Servants had bowed all day. Petitioners had waited. Messengers had brought news from borders and fields. Men had spoken in measured voices, hoping she would carry their certainty for them. The image changed. The queen stood before a mirror, removing jewels from her hair one by one. Her face, freed of ceremony, looked younger and older at once. She touched the purple cloth at her shoulder and closed her eyes. Another shift. She was on the island, sitting where Nikos now sat, cloth folded in her lap. Melia, younger or perhaps unchanged, stood nearby. The queen's hands trembled slightly as she set the cloth on the stone. What she laid down was not her crown. It was the belief that every room required her composure before anyone else could breathe. Nikos let go of the cloth. The scent faded. For a long while he simply looked at it. He had never been queen, never ruled anyone, never held the fate of a city in his hands. Yet he knew something of composure, the sailor's composure, the captain's calm, the habit of becoming steady so others could trust the boat. Weather, the crossing, a useful habit, a heavy one, if never set down. The spearhead was next. Nikos hesitated before touching it. It lay point down in a bowl of sand, harmless, its bronze dulled and green along the edges. The wooden shaft was gone. Only the head remained, and even that had been placed in such a way that it could injure no hand. Nikos rested two fingers lightly against its side. Cold moved through him, not frightening, cold. Only the coolness of shade after too much heat. He saw a man sitting on a beach at sunset, his spear across his knees. His shoulders were broad, his hair cut short, his face turned away from a shore where ships waited. He was not in battle. No blood marked him. No enemy approached. The struggle was elsewhere, already behind him, though its echo remained in the way his fingers closed around the shaft. The image changed. Man stood before the shrine. He pushed the spearhead down into the sand with both hands. Not because strength was wrong, because he did not know how to stop standing guard against the danger that had ended. The cold eased. Nikos drew his hand back. The shrine seemed to breathe. Each object was a doorway into a life, but not into the whole of it, only into the moment when a person had chosen, or been gently invited, to lay something down. The childish clay cup held no heavy vision, only the sweetness of milk, a small hand, and laughter half asleep. The spindle carried the rhythm of a woman who had worked thread through grief, until one day the thread no longer needed to hold her together. The lamp, when Nikos looked at it, seemed to wait. He took the bronze fragment from his palm. The missing piece would fit, he could see that now. The curve matched the gap in the lamp's rim, and the broken edges, though worn, leaned toward one another. Not all returns as it left. He placed the fragment near the lamp, but not into it. A sound came from the orchard. Nikos turned. Melia stood beneath the pomegranate tree at the edge of the clearing. She did not seem surprised to find him there. In one hand she carried a small bowl, in the other a folded cloth. "You found the resting shrine," she said. "I think it found me. That is often how it works." She entered the clearing and set the bowl on the stone table. It held clear oil. Nikos looked back at the lamp. "This is the potter's." "Yes, and my piece belongs to it." It once did. He noticed the care in her wording. Once, Melia sat across from him. When something breaks and is repaired, it does not become what it was before. That is not a loss unless we demand it be. Nikos looked at the fragment. Should I mend it? You may. Should I leave it apart? You may. He gave her a small, tired smile. The island gives many choices. It gives true ones. The orchard stood quiet around them. A pomegranate fell somewhere in the grass with a soft thud. Nikos leaned forward, elbows on his knees, the fragment between his hands. What did the shepherd do after he left the flute? He asked. He returned to his flock, Melia said. But he slept more deeply. He learned that love can listen without fear sharpening every sound. And the queen, she went back to her city. For many years she still ruled. But each evening she sat alone for 1 cup of water, before answering the last request of the day. Nikos looked at the purple cloth. That was enough. Enough to remember she was not only the answer to other people's needs. And the soldier, Melia's eyes moved toward the spearhead. He became a keeper of gates. That sounds close to what he had been. It was, and it was not. He opened them more often than he closed them. Nikos let that settle. The light in the shrine shifted, moving from one object to another. Why show me their burdens? He asked. I did not show you. No, but you sent me on the path. Melia accepted this. Because you have learned that rest is permitted. Now you must learn that returning changed may require leaving something here. Nikos looked at the lamp. If I do not know what to leave, then you do not leave it yet. And if I never know, then perhaps the thing is not ready, or perhaps it was not yours to leave. He rubbed his thumb along the fragment's edge. I have lived most of my life by leaving places. Yes, but that is not the same as laying something down. No. The simplicity of her answer was more difficult than explanation. Nikos looked beyond the shrine to the orchard. Fruit hung heavy on the branches, but none seemed neglected. Some had fallen and split open on the ground, and bees moved in and out to the red sweetness. Nothing here was wasted by falling. Even what returned to earth did so with purpose. I do not think I want to stop sailing, he said. I did not think you did. I do not think the island is asking that. No. Then what? Melia's gaze was kind, but it did not rescue him from the question. What part of sailing has become heavier than sailing itself? Nikos looked down. There it was. Not an answer. A door. He saw himself in harbors, always ready to depart. He saw invitations declined politely, shared meals shortened, friendships kept warm, but not close enough to require anything of him. He saw how often he had called this freedom. Some of it had been freedom. Some of it had been fear, wearing a sailor's cloak. But fear of what? Not danger. He knew danger well enough, and did not romanticize it. Not loneliness. He had lived with loneliness so long it had become familiar. Perhaps, he thought, it was the fear of being expected to return to a certain harbor, expected to answer a letter, expected to become part of someone else's weather, expected to be missed. There was a strange safety in belonging nowhere. A man who belonged nowhere could disappoint no doorway by sailing past it. The thought came quietly, without accusation. Nikos closed his eyes. The shrine held him in its silence. When he opened them, Melia had not moved. I have mistaken not being needed for being free, he said. The words were barely louder than breath. Melia did not respond at once. And she said, That is a heavy thing to carry alone. He nodded. The bronze fragment had grown warm in his hands. Not hot, warm like a cup held for a long time. Do I leave that here? He asked. And you? He looked at the lamp, at the gap where the fragment might fit. He imagined placing the piece there and walking away. He imagined returning to Thalia later, changed, ready to belong somewhere, to someone, to a harbor, to a rhythm beyond himself. But the imagining was too simple. He did not yet know how, and because he had begun to learn honesty on the island, he did not pretend. "Not today," he said. Melia's smile was small and approving. "And today you have learned where the weight rests." The words eased something in him. He had thought discovery would require immediate release. But perhaps naming a burden was itself a kind of first setting down, like lowering a jar from shoulder to ground, even if one intended to lift it again. Melia took the little clay lamp from his satchel and placed it beside the potter's broken bronze lamp. "Light this one before you leave the shrine," she said, "for Helios, for what has been laid down here, for what is not ready yet, for the part of you that came this far without knowing why." She poured oil into the clay lamp, then handed him a small coal carried in a covered shell from the house. He touched the coal to the wick. A flame appeared, tiny, steady, almost invisible in the afternoon light. Yet once it burned, the shrine seemed warmer. The objects on the table took the flame differently. The flute in dull gold, the purple cloth in soft violet, the spearhead in a muted line of bronze, the child's cup in a small round glow, the spindle in a thread of light, the broken lamp in a shimmer that did not quite reach its missing place. Nikos set his fragment beside the bronze lamp, close but separate. Only for now. He did not say this aloud, but the shrine seemed to understand. Melia rose. "Evening will come soon." Nikos stood as well. He felt quieter than he had before entering the orchard. Not lighter exactly. The burden had not vanished, but it had shape now. It was no longer the whole atmosphere of his life. It was a thing he could look at, touch, question, and perhaps some day set down. They walked back through the orchard without speaking. The trees had changed in the lowering light. The pomegranates were darker. The figs smelled sweeter. The unnamed golden fruit seemed to hold small suns beneath their skins. The olive grove beyond was green-shadowed, with lines of amber beginning to gather along the path. When they reached Melia's house, the western sky had already begun to warm. Nikos helped prepare supper again, but this time the work felt companionable rather than instructed. He cut bread. Melia stirred lentils with herbs in a clay pot. He carried bowls to the terrace. She corrected the placement of one with a raised eyebrow, but no words. He moved it, smiling. They ate while the island leaned toward evening. Nikos did not speak of everything he had seen at once. Some experiences lose their shape when hurried into language. Melia did not press him. She seemed content with silence, as though it too were a guest at the table. After the meal, as the lower pools began to glow, he said, "I found the shrine difficult." Melia nodded. "It is a gentle place," he said, "but difficult. Gentleness often gives us room to notice what hardness made us ignore." He watched the sea darken beyond the cove. "I thought I had come here because I followed sunsets. You did. But that was not all. No." He turned the cup between his palms. "I think I followed things that were always leaving because they never asked me to stay." Melia's face remained calm, but her eyes softened. "And now, I do not know." That is honest. The first star appeared above the cliffs. From the upper clearing came the faint, familiar stirring of evening return. Nikos did not need to stand this time. He felt the chariot-s approach in the stones beneath his feet, in the warming air, in the way the olive leaves lifted all at once and then settled. The rhythm was becoming known to him, not ordinary. Known. He and Melia rose together when the brightness passed over the grove. They bowed as a chariot descended beyond the trees. Nikos felt the arrival not as a spectacle, but as part of the island's breathing. Light goes out, light returns, strength works, strength rests, the world receives, the world gives back. When Melia went up to tend the horses, Nikos remained at the terrace, not because he was unwelcome, because he sensed that tonight he was meant to stay with what he had found. He watched the glow move through the pools. He watched the cove brighten. He watched the Helios cleaned rail catch evening in a smooth golden line. Later, Milia returned alone. Her hands smelled faintly of herbs and horsehide. She sat beside him with a tiredness that seemed peaceful. "The clay lamp is still burning," she said. "In the shrine?" "Yes. I thought the wind might put it out. The inner grove has little wind." They sat for a while. Nikos felt sleep approaching early, brought on by labor, walking, and the inward work of the shrine. Yet he was not ready to go inside. "Milia," he said. "Yes." "Do all who leave something there return to the world?" "Most do. Most. Most, however, that the island is their return." He looked toward her. "Like you. Like me. And could that happen to me?" Milia considered the question with care. "It could, but I do not think it will." "Why?" "Because you looked at your boat today. The way a man looks at a road he still loves." Nikos looked down at the cove. Thalia was only a dark shape now against the glowing shore. "Yes," he said, "I do still love it." "Then perhaps your lesson is not to stop leaving. Perhaps it is to stop leaving before you have truly received where you are." Words entered him slowly. He thought of harbors as pauses between crossings, of people as figures on shore, of sunsets as doorways away. He had received beauty everywhere, but rarely stayed long enough to let beauty receive him in return. The terrace grew quiet. The stars multiplied. Soft warmth rose from the floor beneath his feet. From the upper court, the horses settled. Behind the cliff door, Helios slept. In the inner grove, a small clay lamp burned beside the burdens of strangers, who no longer felt entirely strange to him. Nikos stood at last. "I would like to go to the shrine once more before sleep," he said. Melia nodded, as if she had expected this. "Take the path slowly. The lamp will guide you when the trees grow dark." He walked alone. The grove was different at night. The path was faint but visible, traced by the island's low amber glow. The trees stood close, their branches crossing overhead. Between their leaves, stars appeared and disappeared. The orchard beyond smelled rich and cool, full of fruit, earth, and the faint sweetness of fallen things. When Nikos reached the shrine, the clay lamp was still burning. Its small flame lit the objects softly: the flute, the cloth, the spearhead, the cup, the spindle, the broken bronze lamp, his fragment beside it. He sat before them. No vision came. No memory opened. The shrine simply allowed him to be there. After a long while, Nikos took the bronze fragment and held it against the missing place in the lamp. It fit, but imperfectly. The edges met in some places, and not in others. Time had worn them differently. The lamp could be mended, perhaps, but it would always show the break. He did not mind that. Still, he removed the fragment and set it down again. Not yet. Then he looked around the shrine. "What am I ready to lay down?" he whispered. The question moved into the stones and stayed there. He waited, but no answer came. Only the tiny flame, only the scent of oil, only the quiet orchard and the warm night. Then his gaze fell to the strip of cloth he used to tie his sailor's knife at his waist. The knife itself was useful. It cut rope, canvas, fruit, tangled line. It was not a weapon in his mind, but a tool. The cloth, however, was old, dark blue, frayed along one edge. His grandmother had given it to him when he was young, not as a sacred thing, but simply because he had needed something to secure the knife safely. He had worn it for years. He touched it now. It was not the cloth he needed to lay down. Not yet. It still held tenderness. and tenderness was not a burden. But tied into the cloth, between two small knots, was a narrow bronze ring. Nikos had almost forgotten it was there. It had come from the first boat on which he had ever worked, a trading vessel owned by a man who trusted no one and praised no one. The ring had broken from a sail fitting during a harsh crossing. Nikos, then young and eager to prove himself, had repaired the damage before anyone asked. The owner had said nothing. No thanks, no approval, only a grunt and another order. Nikos had kept the broken ring, at first as a private proof that he had been useful, later as a reminder to need no praise. He untied it now. The ring lay in his palm, small, dark, and ordinary. He had carried it through half his life, not because it mattered, but because the young man who had kept it had believed usefulness was the safest way to earn his place in the world. Nikos breathed in. Then he placed the broken ring on the stone table beside the clay lamp. The moment he released it, nothing dramatic happened. No glow flared. No voice spoke. No god appeared. The ring simply lay there, small, harmless, finished being carried, and that, somehow, was enough. Nikos sat back. The shrine felt no different, and entirely different. The burden had not been all of him. It had not explained every harbor, every leaving, every silence. But it had been one knot in the larger rope, one small proof he no longer needed keep proving. He bowed his head, not to the objects, but to the quiet mercy of being allowed to begin with something small. And he stood. He left the bronze fragment near the potteress lamp, still separate, still waiting. He left the broken ring beside the clay flame, and when he stepped out of the shrine, the orchard received him with warm darkness. The walk back was slow, not because he was tired, though he was, because the night seemed to widen around each step. The inner grove did not glow as brightly as the western pools. Its light was lower, almost hidden in roots and stones. Nikos followed it carefully, feeling the ground beneath his sandals, listening to the trees, smelling the sea as he drew nearer to the house. Melia was not on the terrace when he returned. A lamp burned near his guest-room door. Beside it lay a small bowl of water and a sprig of olive leaves. He washed his hands, though they were not dirty. Then he entered the room. The painted suns along the wall seemed to drift in the lamplight. He lay down and felt, not emptiness, where the ring had been, but space, a small space, but real, like the first loosened knot in a sail rope hardened by salt. Outside, the island settled into its night rhythm. The horses slept above. The sea breathed below. The shrine lamp burned in the inner grove, keeping company with the flute, the cloth, the spearhead, the cup, the spindle, the broken bronze lamp, the waiting fragment, and one small ring from a life that had asked too long to be earned. Nikos closed his eyes. Before sleep came, he thought of Thalia, clean and resting on the sand. He thought of harbors he had left too quickly. He thought of the strange comfort of not yet knowing what he would do differently, only knowing that something in him had begun to loosen. And in the warm darkness of the island, where Helios slept, Nikos drifted gently down, carrying a little less than he had carried the night before. When Nikos woke the next morning, the first thing he noticed was absence. Not a frightening absence, not the absence of something lost in haste or taken while he slept. It was smaller than that, and because it was smaller, it took him a few quiet breaths to understand it. His hand moved, as it had moved every morning for years, toward the strip of cloth at his waist. The knife was there. The cloth was there. The familiar knot was there, but the little broken ring was not. His fingers paused at the place where it had always rested, tucked between two knots like a secret too ordinary to name. For half a heartbeat, his body expected the shape of it. a slight, hard curve, the cool touch of bronze warmed slowly by skin, a small proof of old usefulness. Then memory returned. The resting shrine, the clay lamp, the stone table, the ring lying beside the flame, no longer carried. Nikos lay still. Morning had entered the room softly. The light was gentler than the day before, pale and clean, without the strong gold of later hours. It touched the painted suns along the wall and made them look almost weightless. Outside, the olive leaves moved slowly in a wind he could not feel from the bed. He did not feel suddenly free. That surprised him. Some part of him had expected release to feel like a door opening wide, like a sail catching wind, like the first breath after surfacing from deep water. Instead, what he felt was quieter and more uncertain. A space had been made. That was all. A small space where the ring had been, and beneath it, perhaps, a space where an old belief had begun to loosen. He sat up and placed one hand over that space. It felt tender, as skin feels after a splinter has been removed. Not painful exactly, but aware of itself. From outside came the sound of sweeping, slow, steady strokes. Nikos rose, washed, dressed, and stepped into the morning. Melia was on the terrace with a palm broom, throwing fallen olive leaves into a neat pile near the low wall. She did not look up immediately. The movement of the broom was unhurried, almost circular, as though she were not cleaning so much as helping the terrace remember its shape. Nikos watched for a moment before speaking. "Good morning." "Good morning," she said, still sweeping. "You were earlier today. I woke with less to carry." Now she looked at him. The corner of her mouth lifted, but she did not make the moment larger than it needed to be. "And how does less feel?" Nikos considered the question. "Strange. That is honest. I thought it might feel easier. It may. Later." He came to stand at the edge of the terrace. Below, the cove was brightening. Thalia rested on the sand. Cleaner now, her rail darkened with oil, her patched sail folded neatly beneath the little shelter near the mast. Beyond the rocks, the sea was calm. "I keep reaching for it," he said. "The ring? Yes. Of course. Why of course?" Melia leaned the broom against the wall. "Because even burdens become familiar shapes in the hand." Nikos looked down at his fingers. They had known rope, wood, water, sailcloth, tools, jars, oars, anchors, coins, and the hands of others only briefly, in greetings or farewells. They had also known that little ring for so long that its absence felt almost like a question. Melia gathered the leaves into a shallow basket. "Come," she said. "Today you may help me with olives." Nikos glanced toward the trees. "For oil? For the kitchen? For the horses? For the table? For whatever the day asks of them?" He followed her into the grove behind a house. The task was simple. Melia spread a cloth beneath one of the older trees, and together they gathered fallen olives from the ground, then plucked the ripe ones from low branches. Nikos had done harder work before breakfast on many mornings. This required little strength, only attention. Melia showed him which olives were ready and which should be left. Some were dark and smooth, giving gently beneath the fingers. Others were still firm and green, their time not yet arrived. A few had been marked by insects and were set aside for the soil. Not every fruit must become food, Melia said, placing one damaged olive at the base of the tree. Some returned differently. Nikos almost smiled at the echo of the potter's words, but she did not seem to have spoken them for effect. They worked in shade. The tree above them filtered the morning into small trembling pieces. A bird moved somewhere in the branches, unseen but near. Now and then an olive dropped of its own accord onto the cloth with a soft tick. The basket slowly filled. At first, Nikos worked as he always worked, efficiently, quietly, trying to anticipate what Melia needed before she asked. When she moved toward the next branch, he was already there. When she reached for the basket, he had lifted it. When she looked toward the cloth, he had begun folding one corner. After a while, she stopped. Nikos froze, uncertain what he had done wrong. Melia looked at him with kind amusement. "You are allowed to simply pick olives. I am picking olives. You are performing usefulness." He opened his mouth, then closed it. The words were gentle, but they found their mark. Melia took an olive from the branch and placed it in his palm. "Try this one." He looked at it. It was dark purple, almost black, with a faint bloom on its skin. "Try what?" "Only pick it. Not make it evidence of your worth." Nikos stared at her, and unexpectedly he laughed. The laugh was quiet, but real. It moved through his chest and left him feeling a little foolish and a little relieved. "I do not know if I can make such a small task that simple. That is why it is a good task." So he tried. He stood beneath the olive tree and picked one olive at a time, not quickly, not slowly for the sake of being slow. He felt the smooth skin between his fingers. He noticed the place where the stem released. He dropped each olive into the basket and listened to the faint sound it made among the others. Again and again his mind wandered toward doing more, proving more, becoming useful enough that his presence could not be questioned. Again and again he returned to the simple task. Pick the olive. Place it in the basket. Breathe. It was not easy. That, too, made him smile. By the time the basket was full, the sun had risen higher, and the grove smelt of leaves warmed by light. Melia lifted one side of the cloth and poured the remaining olives into a second basket. "There," she said. "You belong to the morning." Nikos wiped his hands on his tunic. "I belong to the morning? Yes. By picking olives? By being here while picking olives." He looked around the grove. The old trees stood in no hurry to explain themselves. Their roots held the earth. Their leaves received the sun. Their fruit ripened in different times, and none of them seemed concerned with justifying their place. Melia lifted the lighter basket. "Bring the other." He obeyed, but with less haste. Back at the house, they washed the olives in a stone basin. Some were placed in jars with salt and herbs. Others were crushed lightly for oil that Melia said would be used later on the harness straps, because even divine horses appreciated well-tended leather. The thought pleased Nikos. After the work was done, Melia rinsed her hands and looked toward the eastern side of the island. "You have seen much of the west," she said. Nikos followed her gaze. Beyond the house, beyond the inner grove and the orchard, the land rose toward low hills he had not crossed. From the cove and terrace, they had always seemed like the quieter back of the island, less dramatic than the cliffs where sunset gathered and the chariot returned. But now, in morning, the eastern slopes shone softly, their grasses pale and their stones white into the young day. "I wondered about that side," he said. "It belongs to beginnings, and the west to endings." Melia tilted her head. "Not endings, returns." Nikos accepted the correction. "What is on the eastern side?" "Terraces, a spring, a place where the first light of morning is remembered after Helios has gone on." "Remembered differently from the sunset pools?" "Yes. The western pools hold what comes home tired. The eastern terraces hold what is willing to begin again." Nikos looked toward the hills. The phrase stirred something in him. Willing to begin again. It did not sound grand. It did not sound like a hero's oath or a king's command. It sounded like a man rising after sleep, a boat being pushed into water, a lamp being lit though yesterday's flame had gone out, an old hand reaching for a tool, not to prove anything, but because the day had arrived and invited participation. Melia handed him the blue satchel. This time it held bread, fruit, water, and a small pouch of olives they had prepared that morning. "For the eastern path," she said, "should I bring the bronze fragment? You should bring what is still asking to come." Nikos touched the fold at his waist. After leaving the broken ring behind, the potter's fragment seemed more noticeable. It had no permanent place on him yet. It was not an old habit. It was a question he had agreed to carry for a while. He took it from the shelf inside his room and slipped it into the satchel. The metal warmed once as his fingers closed around it. He set out before midday. The path to the eastern side began behind the olive grove, but turned away before reaching the orchard. It rose through pale grasses and low herbs that released fragrance when brushed by his sandals. Unlike the western cliff path, which had opened toward sea and height, this path curved inward first, and upward, as though the island wished to teach beginnings by concealment. The light changed as he climbed. On the western side, gold seemed to gather in stone and water. Here light spread thin and clear across everything. It did not glow from within so much as reveal. It showed the silver undersides of leaves, the soft dust on his sandals, the tiny blue flowers growing between rocks, the cobwebs stretched from thorn to thorn like fine nets of glass. Nikos paused often, not because the path was hard, but because the eastern side asked for a different pace. The west had drawn him with mystery, with pools and chariot light, with the great question of where the sun rested after crossing the world. The east did not draw so much as open. It made room. It said less, and in saying less, it made his thoughts quieter. After a while he reached the first terrace. It was built into the hillside with low retaining walls of pale stone. Grass grew between the stones, and small flowers leaned over the edges. The terrace was empty, except for 3 shallow basins carved into the rock. They held no water. Instead, each contained smooth white pebbles. Nikos stepped closer. The pebbles were warm from the sun. On the wall behind the basins, faint carvings had been made: a seed, a doorway, and a bird with wings just beginning to open. He sat on the edge of the terrace and ate one olive from the pouch. The taste was sharp, salty, and green. It woke his mouth. The empty basins did not stir. No vision rose. No sound came beyond wind and insects. Yet after a few minutes, Nikos noticed that the place had its own kind of memory. Not memory of what had happened. Memory of what had almost happened, what might yet happen, what waited at the beginning of a thing before anyone knew its ending. The first basin, beneath the carving of the seed, seemed to hold the feeling of soil before planting. The second, beneath the doorway, held the hush before a hand knocked. The third, beneath the bird, held the breath before flight. Nikos looked at them for a long time. So much of his life had been lived after decision, after departure, after loading, after raising sail, after leaving harbor behind. He had not often honored the moment before. A quiet place where a person stands with one hand on the rope and has not yet pulled. He reached into the basin beneath the doorway and lifted one white pebble. It was smooth, oval, and plain. For some reason, it made him think of all the thresholds he had crossed quickly. Homes where he had accepted food but not friendship. Inns where he had left before the shared morning fire. Arbors where someone had said, "Come again," and he had smiled without meaning either yes or no. He placed the pebble back. Beginning, he thought, did not always look like sailing away. Sometimes it looked like arriving more honestly. The path continued upward from the terrace. The next place he found was a spring. It emerged from a crack in a pale rock face, no wider than a hand, and fell in a clear thread into a round basin below. From there, the water overflowed into a channel that ran down toward unseen orchards. The sound of it was delicate, almost like fingers moving through strings. Nikos knelt and drank. The water was cold, so cold that it startled him, and then refreshed him. It seemed impossible on such a warm island that water could rise from the earth with such brightness. He cupped it in both hands and splashed his face. When he opened his eyes, the world looked sharper, every leaf edged with light, every stone awake in its own color. Near the spring, someone had placed a row of small clay cups. They were plain and unpainted. Some were cracked, some newer, all were empty. Nikos took one and filled it from the spring, thinking perhaps it was an offering. But as he held the cup, sound came to him. Not a voice, not music, a sound like many people drawing breath before speaking. He looked around. The hillside was empty. Still, the sound remained, woven into the water's falling thread. Then, very faintly, he smelled things that were not there. Baking bread, fresh cut wood, wet wool, ink, crushed grapes, smoke from a morning hearth. The scents came and went, each one carrying the feeling of a day beginning somewhere far away. Saw no pictures, but impressions passed through him. A baker opening shutters before dawn. A boy standing outside a workshop on his first day as apprentice. A widow untying the blue cloth from her door after the days of mourning had passed. A sailor stepping onto land and deciding, for once, not to leave before supper. Nikos held the cup more carefully. The spring did not show him endings. It did not gather what was tired. It carried the fragile courage of beginnings that no one praised because they were too small to be noticed. He drank from the cup. The water moved through him cool and clean. When he set the cup down, the bronze fragment in his satchel warmed. Nikos took it out. The little piece of broken lamp caught the spring light. The etched chariot wheel seemed clearer. He turned it over and looked at the worn words. Not all returns as it left. Here, beside the spring of beginnings, the phrase changed again. A return could be a beginning, not an ending of the journey, not a failure to continue west, not a surrender of freedom. Return could be the first honest step into a life one had passed by too many times. He held the fragment against his palm until its warmth and the cold of the spring seemed to meet in him. Then he placed it back in the satchel and continued. The eastern path grew gentler beyond the spring. It wound through terraces planted not with olives, but with herbs and low fruit trees. Many of the terraces were empty, or seemed so at first glance. On one, clay jars stood upside down in a row. On another, lengths of white cloth dried on a line, though there was no house nearby. On a third, a flat stone bench faced the unseen east. Nikos sat on that bench. From there, he could see over the eastern side of the island for the first time. It was quieter than the west. No dramatic cliffs, no cove, no descending chain of glowing pools. Instead, the land opened in folded slopes toward a pale shoreline of flat stones, where the sea lay almost silver. The horizon here did not burn with evening promise. It waited, wide and calm, for mornings that had already passed, and mornings still to come. The sun was above him now, not rising, not setting. For a while, Nikos simply looked. He had spent his life loving the West, because the West seemed to hold mystery. The East, he saw now, held mercy of another kind. It did not ask him to chase. It asked him to receive the fact that each day began without requiring him to be ready in a heroic way. Morning came to sleeping villages, unfinished work, broken lamps, unspoken apologies, tired bodies, and boats with patched sails. Morning did not wait for perfection. Breeze moved over the terrace. Something fluttered near the bench. Nikos looked down and saw that a strip of pale cloth had been tied to the stone leg. It was old and nearly colorless, but a few embroidered threads remained. Not purple like the queen's cloth, not ceremonial. This had been domestic cloth, perhaps from a sleeve, a curtain, a child's blanket. Beside it, scratched into the stone bench, were words in a hand so worn that Nikos had to trace them with his eyes more than read them. "Let the day meet you unfinished." He breathed out slowly. "Let the day meet you unfinished." The words were not grand enough for a temple inscription. They felt like something a person had written for themselves after a long night. Perhaps someone who had come to the eastern terraces, afraid that beginning again required a purity no human life possessed. Nikos sat with those words until they no longer felt like instruction, but permission. When he rose, he did not take the cloth. Some things were not meant for him to carry. By the time he turned back toward Melia's house, the afternoon had begun its gentle decline. The eastern light softened behind him. He walked differently than he had that morning. Not dramatically. A listener might not have noticed. But Nikos noticed. His steps were less arranged around usefulness. He was not hurrying to report what he had seen or to make the walk mean something by speaking of it too soon. He stopped at the spring again and filled the flask. He paused at the first terrace and placed one olive from the morning's pouch into the basin beneath the seed carving. Not an offering exactly, a participation. The island accepted it without sign. When Nikos reached the house, Melia was not on the terrace. He found her in a small workroom he had not entered before, open to the courtyard at the back of the house. Bundles of herbs hung from the rafters. Harness straps lay across a table. Clay jars of oil lined the wall. On a shelf stood brushes, folded cloths, needles, thread, and small tools whose uses he did not know. Melia sat at the table, rubbing oil into a length of leather with slow, practiced hands. Nikos stood in the doorway. She did not look up. "Come in if you mean to stand there." He entered. Room smelled of olive oil, herbs, leather, and warm dust. "Is that from the chariot harness?" he asked. "One strap from Pyro's collar." "May I help?" Melia glanced at him. "Why?" The question was mild. Nikos almost answered. "Because it needs doing. Or because I am here. Or because I should be useful." He stopped. Melia waited. At last he said, "Because I would like to sit with you." She smiled then, not widely, but with unmistakable approval. "That is a better beginning." She handed him a smaller strap and a cloth. "Use little oil. More can always be added." Nikos sat opposite her. They worked together in the golden quiet of the room. There was something intimate about tending harness. The leather held the shape of divine labor, but in the hand it was still leather, needing oil, smoothing, checking for wear. Nikos rubbed the cloth along the strap in slow movements, watching the dry surface darken and soften. For a long while neither of them spoke. It was a different silence from the shrine, different from the pools, different from the terrace at night. This silence had companionship inside it. Two people doing work that needed no performance. A bowl of olives sat between them, and now and then Melia took one, ate it thoughtfully, and returned to the strap in her lap. After some time Nikos said, "The eastern side is very different." "Yes, it feels less like a secret." "That is because beginnings are often mistaken for ordinary things." He thought of the empty basins and white pebbles. "There is a spring." Melia nodded. "With cups. For those who need to drink, before they know what they are beginning." He smiled faintly. "I found a bench with words." "Which words?" "Let the day meet you unfinished." Melia's hands paused. He looked up. "You know them. I wrote them." Nikos did not speak. Melia resumed oiling the leather. It was long ago, she said, after you came here, after I had stayed long enough to stop calling every morning temporary. Nikos listened. I thought, at first, that if I remained on the island, I had to become worthy of it, worthy of tending the chariot, worthy of feeding the horses, worthy of hearing the door close each night, and open each dawn. I tried to become very quiet, very wise, very useful. There was a faint humor in her voice now. Did the island approve? The island waited? And Helios? Helios slept. Nikos smiled. Melia set the strap aside and took another. One morning, after many years of trying to become the kind of woman I imagined the island deserved, I slept late, very late. The horses had already gone. The court was empty. The fire had gone out in the kitchen. I woke ashamed, certain I had failed some sacred measure. What happened? I went to the eastern side because I did not know where else to take my shame. I sat on that bench, and morning was already over. The day had begun without my readiness. She looked toward the courtyard, where sunlight moved across the floor, and nothing had collapsed. Nikos let that settle. So you wrote the words, with a stone, poorly. They remain. Some mercies do. He looked down at the leather in his hands. You chose to stay, he said. Yes. Did you have to earn your place here? Melia's answer came softly. No, but I spent a long time trying. Nikos ran the cloth along the strap. Why? Because belonging freely given can feel more frightening than belonging earned. He looked at her. She did not soften the truth. If belonging is earned, one can imagine controlling it. Work enough, serve enough, anticipate enough, never disappoint. Perhaps the place will keep you. But if belonging is given, then it must be received. And receiving asks for trust. Nikos looked at the open doorway. Beyond it, the courtyard stones shone in afternoon light. A line of ants moved along the base of the wall, each one carrying something almost too small to see. I do not know if I am good at receiving, he said. No one is good at it by force. They worked until the straps were oiled and set aside. Melia then gave him a small bowl of grain and nodded toward the upper path. For the horses when they return. Place it near the water trough. I thought they ate herbs. Ate many things. They are horses. The plainness of this answer made Nikos laugh again. He carried the grain toward the upper clearing. The afternoon light had thickened. The path through the olives glowed in places where sun slipped between leaves. He moved without hurry, the bowl steady in both hands. When he reached the chariot court, it was empty. He had seen it empty before, but this time he noticed something new. Along the inner wall of the column's shelter were hooks for harness, each one shaped differently. Some held bridles, some held straps. Some were empty because their pieces were being tended below. But at the far end of the row, in a shadowed place near the cliff, there was a hook unlike the others. It was smaller, unmarked, and beneath it sat an empty bowl. The bowl was not for the horses. It was too small and shallow, nor did it seem forgotten. It had been dusted. Its rim was clean. The stone beneath it bore no leaves, no grit, no signs of neglect. Nikos stood looking at it. A small hook, an empty bowl, a place kept ready for something or someone not yet named. He set the grain where Melia had instructed, near the water trough, then returned to the shadowed end of the shelter. The bronze fragment in his satchel warmed. He took it out. Its warmth grew stronger, though not uncomfortable. The etched wheel caught a line of afternoon sun and flashed briefly. Nikos looked from the fragment to the empty bowl. He did not understand the connection, but he felt one. He thought of asking Melia at once. Then he remembered that not all questions were meant to be answered the moment they appeared. He placed the fragment back in the satchel. The empty bowl remained empty. Small hook waited. Seat turned to leave. A warm breath touched the back of his neck. He stilled. There was no horse behind him. The court was empty, yet for a moment he smelled sun-warmed mane, leather, clean hay, and the far bright air of morning, the same scent that had risen from the first pool on his night of arrival. It passed gently, leaving no explanation. Nikos bowed his head toward the empty bowl, though he did not know why. Then he walked back down. Melia was in the courtyard when he returned, hanging the oiled straps from a wooden rail. "You saw it," she said. He stopped. "The small hook and the bowl. What is it?" Melia took one strap and smoothed it between her fingers before answering. "Place. For whom? For what is offered before departure?" Nikos felt the words move through him. "Departure from the island. Usually. What does the hook hold?" "That depends on the traveler." "And the bowl?" "What cannot be hung." He looked toward the upper path. "Is it for me?" Melia's face was gentle. "It has been for many. That is not an answer. It is the answer I have." Nikos wanted to ask more, but the questions tangled together. What would he offer there? Was the broken ring not enough? Was the bronze fragment meant for that bowl, or the potter's lamp? How soon was departure? Would he know, or would the island simply stop holding him? Melia seemed to read the gathering of questions, and lifted one hand. "Do not make a storm from a bowl." Despite himself, Nikos smiled. "I will try not to. Trying not to storm is still weather. Then I will let it be a bowl. Better." Evening approached slowly. Nikos helped prepare supper, though help felt different now. He no longer tried to arrive half a breath before Melia needed him. Sometimes he anticipated correctly. Sometimes she asked. Sometimes he simply stood at the table cutting figs while she moved behind him. The work did not become less useful because he was less eager to prove it. They ate on the terrace in a mild golden silence. The island began its familiar change, but Nikos felt it now through all he had seen. West and east, endings and beginnings, returns and readiness. The sunset pools brightened in the valley. The cove grew warm with light. The inner grove darkened behind the house, holding the shrine and the small ring he had left there. Eastern terraces, unseen from where he sat, received the last of the day differently, perhaps keeping a memory of morning inside the cooling stones. The chariot returned at sunset. Nikos did not watch with the same astonishment as the first evening, nor with the close attention of the second. Tonight he received the return as one receives a love rhythm. The glow appeared above the western cliffs. The horses descended. The wheels slowed. Light passed through the olives and lay across the terrace. Melia rose to tend the horses. Nikos stood also, but she shook her head. "Stay tonight." He did. At first he wondered why. Then he understood that not every return required him to take part. Sometimes belonging meant trusting that the work would continue without inserting himself until every necessary motion. He sat back down. The brightness behind the trees softened. He heard, from a distance, the faint sounds of unharnessing. The loosened, hooves on stone, water poured, Melia's low voice. He did not need to see it to know the care was happening. Instead, he looked toward Thalia. A boat rested quietly in the cove. For the first time since arriving, Nikos imagined leaving the island, not as exile from wonder, but as continuation of it. He imagined pushing Thalia into morning water with a repaired sail, a clean hull, and a slower heart. He imagined returning to harbors he had once passed through quickly. He imagined answering, when someone asked how long he would stay, not with a shrug or promise too vague to hold, but with honesty. A day, 3 days, until the wind changes, until I have truly been here. That thought warmed him. When Melia returned, the stars had begun to appear. She carried 2 cups of warm herb water and set one before him. "You did not come up," she said. "You told me to stay, and—" The world did not collapse. Her eyes crinkled. "No. Nor did the horses go thirsty. No. Nor did I become less welcome." Melia lifted her cup. "There are harder lessons." Nikos laughed quietly and drank. The night deepened. For a while they spoke of ordinary things, olive harvests, weather signs, the way horses, divine or otherwise, had opinions about being brushed. Melia told him that Parois preferred water from the upper spring when the day had been very hot, though the red horse liked the lower basin better. Nikos told her that Thalia creaked differently before a west wind than before a south wind, and that he trusted that creaked more than certain harbor officials. The conversation moved easily, without purpose beyond companionship. After a long silence, Nikos said, "I saw the small hook and bowl. I know. The bronze fragment warmed near them." Melia looked toward the dark line of the upper path. "That does not surprise me. Does the fragment belong there?" "Perhaps eventually. I thought it belonged to the potter's lamp." "It may. It cannot belong in both places." Melia turned back to him. "Why not?" Nikos opened his mouth, closed it. The answer he had been about to give belonged to a world of cargo, accounting, ownership, and proper storage. A jar went in one hold, a rope on one hook, a coin in one purse, a broken piece. Either repaired the lamp or did not. But the island had already shown him that meaning was not so easily stored. "I do not know," he admitted. Melia nodded. "Good." He leaned back in his chair and looked up. The stars above the island seemed close, but not pressing. The air remained warm. Somewhere in the upper clearing, one of the horses gave a soft, sleepy exhale. "Am I being prepared to leave?" he asked. Melia did not answer quickly. The sea below moved against the sand. The terrace stones held the day's warmth. The cup in his hands cooled slowly. "Yes," she said at last. The word entered him gently, though not without ache. He looked toward the cove. "When?" "When leaving becomes a return, rather than an escape." Nikos closed his eyes. The sentence did not wound him. It steadied him. A return rather than an escape. He had escaped many things without naming them so. Expectations, invitations, the discomfort of being known, the possibility of disappointing others, the equally frightening possibility of being loved without performance. But he did not want to escape the island. That, perhaps, was how he knew he could eventually leave it well. He opened his eyes. "I am not ready tonight." "No," Melia said. "Night is for sleeping." He smiled. Later in his room, he placed the bronze fragment beside the basin again. He noticed the space where the broken ring no longer lay, and though the tenderness remained, it no longer startled him. He lay down. The Eastern words returned to him. "Let the day meet you unfinished." He thought of the empty basins with white pebbles, the cold spring, the cups waiting to be filled, the small hook and bowl in the chariot shelter, Melia's hands oiling the harness, the way she had said that belonging freely given, asked for trust. Outside, the island settled into night. But tonight, Nikos sensed more than the western glow. He sensed the whole island. The resting shrine and the inner grove, the dawn terraces cooling under stars, the chariot court quiet above, the cove below, the house around him, and Melia moving somewhere through the rooms with the ease of one who had stopped earning her place and begun inhabiting it. He breathed slowly. He did not know what he would place in a small bowl. He did not know when the island would release him. He did not know which harbor would receive him first. or whether he would stay long enough to be received in return. For the first time, those unknowns did not feel like waves threatening the boat. They felt like open water under a calmer sky. Nikos turned onto his side. The painted suns near the ceiling seemed to drift in the lamplight, each one moving from morning to evening, from evening to rest, from rest to morning again. None of them hurried. None of them shone alone. The last thing he heard before sleep was the sea breathing below the house. The last thing he felt was the small, strange comfort of belonging to a place without having proved why. And in the warm dark of the island, where Helios slept, Nikos rested, unfinished, when was met by the night all the same. In the deepest part of the night, Nikos woke with the feeling that the island had become very still around him, not silent. The sea still breathed below the house. The olive leaves still whispered beyond the window. Somewhere above, in the chariot court, one of the horses shifted in sleep, and the faint sound traveled down through the warm stones like a memory of bells. But beneath these gentle sounds, there was another stillness. It was the stillness of a room after a guest has begun to understand that he will not live there forever. Nikos lay on his back and looked toward the painted suns near the ceiling. In the low amber light, they seemed less like decoration now and more like a quiet record of all he had learned. Morning rising, day crossing, evening returning, brightness resting, and then, without force or panic, beginning again. The room had become familiar. The folded blanket at the foot of the bed, the clay basin near the door, the little shelf where the bronze fragment lay each night, the square of window through which he had watched olive branches move between darkness and gold. He had been on the island only a handful of days, and yet the thought of leaving it stirred a tenderness in him that felt older than the visit itself. Not resistance, not yet, but tenderness. He turned his head toward the shelf. The bronze fragment rested beside the basin, dull in the night, except along one curved edge, where it held a thread of gold, the potter's missing piece. The lamp unfinished return, a question small enough to carry and large enough to follow him into sleep. He reached for it and held it in his palm. It warmed at once, not strongly, not as it had near the spring or the small bowl, only enough to remind him that it had not finished speaking. Nikos closed his fingers around it and listened. No vision came. No voice rose from the fragment. Only a feeling, faint but steady, like the presence of an unasked question, waiting patiently beside his bed. After a while, he sat up. Sleep had not left him entirely, but the night no longer seemed made for sleeping. He wrapped his cloak around his shoulders, though the air was warm, and stepped quietly from the room. The house lay dark. Melia's door was closed. The kitchen fire had settled into embers. On the terrace, 2 cups from the evening before had been turned upside down to dry. The sky beyond the western cliffs was filled with stars, and the island Esklo had softened to its lowest amber, barely touching the ground. Nikos did not go to the upper court, nor to the cove. He went inland, toward the resting shrine. The path through the inner grove was darker than the western paths, but by now his feet knew enough of the way. The olive trees stood close together, their branches crossing above him. The ground was soft beneath his sandals. Now and then, a low root caught the edge of his step, and he slowed, placing each foot carefully. There was no hurry. The orchard beyond the grove smelled cool and ripe. Fallen fruit sweetened the air. Somewhere in the darkness, a night insect sang once, and then fell quiet. The path opened at last into the small clearing of the shrine. The clay lamp still burned. Its flame was low, smaller than a fingernail, but steady. Nikos stopped at the entrance. The objects rested where he had last seen them. The shepherd's flute, the quinus cloth, the spearhead sleeping in sand, the child's cup, the spindle, the repaired but incomplete bronze lamp of the potter, and beside the little clay flame, the broken ring he had left behind. It looked different now, not changed in shape. It was still only a dark loop of bronze, split on one side, ordinary enough that any sailor might have tossed it into a harbor scrap basket. But it no longer seemed to lean toward him. It did not call to his hand. It did not tug at the cloth around his waist, or ask to be hidden between knots again. It belonged to the table now. Or perhaps it belonged nowhere. That was a gentler thought. Nikos stepped closer and sat before it. For a while he simply looked. He remembered the young man he had been when he first kept it. Eager, quiet, watching for approval from those who gave little. He remembered how carefully he had tied it into the cloth, pretending even to himself that it was only useful, only convenient, only a bit of spare metal that might one day serve a purpose. But it had served its purpose long ago, not as repair, as evidence. And evidence, he now understood, was a tiring thing to carry when no trial was being held. He reached out, not to take it, but to touch the stone beside it. "Rest there," he whispered. The words felt neither solemn nor dramatic. They were simple, almost practical, like covering a jar, tying a sail, closing a door against evening wind. The ring remained still. Nikos took the bronze fragment from his palm and set it beside the potter's lamp. The missing space waited. The fragment fit, he knew, not perfectly, but truly enough. If placed and sealed, the lamp would become whole in a new way. Not as it had been before. It could never be that. But it could hold oil again. It could carry flame. He lifted the lamp carefully. It was light, lighter than he expected. The repaired cracks along its side caught the lamp flame from the clay bowl and showed themselves in thin lines. O Maker had tried to hide the damage. The repairs were visible, honest, patient. It had not been restored to pretend it had never broken. It had been restored so that it might remain itself. Nikos held the fragment to the missing rim. For one breath the two pieces met. Warmth moved through the lamp. Not from outside, from within the bronze itself. The clay flame beside him leaned toward it. Nikos felt a small ache in his chest. He could mend it now. He knew that. He could press the fragment into place, ask Malia for resin, seal the gap, and return the potter's lamp to the stone table with its line completed. Not all returns as it left. It would be fitting, beautiful, even. And yet something in him hesitated. Not fear, not refusal. Only the sense that repairing the lamp too soon would be another form of proving, another way of rushing toward resolution. Because uncertainty made the hands restless, he lowered the fragment. The warmth faded, but did not disappear. "I do not know yet," he said softly. The shrine did not hurry him. That was its mercy. He set the lamp down, placed the fragment beside it, and watched the two pieces rest near one another without becoming one. After a while, footsteps sounded in the orchard. Nikos did not turn. He already knew. Melia entered the clearing quietly, wrapped in a dark shawl. Her hair was loose over one shoulder, silver in the low flame. She looked at the ring, the lamp, the fragment, then at Nikos. "The night brought you here?" she said. "Yes, that happens when a question grows too warm to sleep beside." Nikos gave a small smile. "I thought I might mend the lamp." "Did you?" "No." "Good." He looked up, surprised. She sat on the stone across from him. "Not because it should remain broken," she said, "but because a hand must know whether it is mending from peace or from impatience." Nikos looked at the lamp. "I think I wanted to see something finished. That is natural. Is it wrong? No. But some things are not finished by becoming neat." The little clay flame moved between them. Nikos held the fragment again. feeling its patient warmth. "Did the potter ever come back?" he asked. "To the island?" "Yes." Melia's gaze went to the bronze lamp. "Once." Nikos waited. It was many years after he left the first time. He came older, slower, and with a better laugh. He brought 3 lamps with him, not as offerings, as gifts, to you, to the house, to the shrine, to any traveler who needed a small flame and could not yet bear a large one. Melia reached toward the potter's lamp, but did not touch it. He saw the broken lamp still here, still missing its piece. He sat before it a long while. Did he ask for the fragment? No. Why not? Because he understood by then that not every missing piece is meant to return to the same place. Nikos looked down at the fragment in his hand. The words moved through him slowly. Not every missing piece is meant to return to the same place. But this piece fits, he said. Yes, that seems important. It is. And still it may not belong there. It may. Or it may belong there for a moment, and somewhere else after. Or it may belong with you until you learn how to carry a broken thing without making it proof of failure. Nikos leaned back. The island often gave answers that opened into larger questions, but tonight this did not frustrate him. It made room around the choice. The fragment was not a puzzle to solve before dawn. It was a companion in understanding. Melia folded her hands in her lap. "There was once a man," she said, "who tried to leave this island unchanged." Nikos looked at her. "One of the travelers?" Yes. He sensed from her voice that this was not a warning meant to frighten him. It was a story placed gently where it might be useful. "He was a merchant," she said, "a prosperous one, though that mattered less than he thought. He had spent his life measuring everything: weight, distance, price, favor, obligation, debt. Even kindness was something he recorded inside himself, so he would know whether he owed or was owed." Nikos listened. He arrived here after a long season of successful trade. His ships were full. His name was trusted. His house had more rooms than he could sit in. Yet he came ashore as Oas, hunted by a number he could not calculate. What did he need to lay down? The belief that every gift must become a balance. Nikos looked at the ring, then the lamp. Did he lay it down? Almost. Almost. Melia's eyes moved toward the clay flame. He rested. He walked. He drank from the eastern spring. He sat beside the western pools. He laughed once. It surprised him so much, he became suspicious of it, and when the time came for him to depart, he placed a small counting weight in the bowl near the chariot court. The departure bowl. Yes, but before he left, he took it back. Nikos said nothing. He told himself it was too valuable to leave. Then he told himself it was foolish to leave behind something practical. Then he told himself he had learned the lesson without needing the gesture. All of these thoughts were sensible. That made them difficult. What happened when he sailed? Wind turned him gently back. Nikos looked up. Against his will? No, the island does not drag. But every route he chose curved toward evening. Every current softened west. Every harbor he aimed for became misted at the horizon. By sunset, he saw the island again. Was he angry? Very. Nikos smiled faintly. He sounds like a merchant. He was also tired, which is often anger's quieter root. What did he do? He stayed another night. In the morning, he tried again. The same thing happened. On the third evening, he came to the terrace, set the counting weight on the table, and asked whether the island was punishing him. "What did you tell him?" "That the island was answering the part of him that was not ready to leave." And then he sat for a long time. Then he laughed again, though more gently. He took the weight to the bowl before dawn and left it there without making a speech. When he sailed that morning, the sea opened. Nikos held the fragment more carefully. Did he return to his trade? Yes. Changed? Enough to lose money once by refusing to turn gratitude into debt. Nikos smiled. That sounds costly. He seemed lighter when he told me. He came back too, years later. Many do, once they know the way is not made by maps. Outside the shrine, the orchard stood dark and fragrant. Nikos thought of leaving the island and somehow finding it again later, not because he had failed to learn, but because return could be part of the lesson. He imagined himself older, coming west not by accident, not by strange wind, but by trust. The thought warmed him. Then another thought came with it. What if I leave something in the bowl and still do not feel changed enough? Melia looked at him with gentle seriousness. Then you will leave as a human being. Breathe out. The answer relieved him more than any promise of certainty could have done. They sat until the clay lamp burned low. Before they left, Melia poured a little oil into it from the bowl she had brought. The flame rose steady again. Nikos placed the fragment beside the potter's lamp, not hidden, not fixed, simply near. When he stood, he touched the stone table once beside the ring. It no longer felt like farewell. It felt like acknowledgment. They returned through the orchard in silence. At the house, Melia went to her room, and Nikos went to his. He slept for the rest of the night without dreaming. Morning came softly. This time, Nikos woke while the light was still pale, but he did not rise immediately. He listened to the house. He listened to the sea. He listened to the space where the ring no longer rested. It was still there, but it no longer seemed raw. He washed, dressed, and stepped outside. Melia was not on the terrace. A small tray had been left on the table. Bread, figs, cheese, olives, and a cup covered with a cloth to keep out insects. Beside it lay a note on pale bark, for Thalia. And the court. Nikos smiled. The island, it seemed, had a way of giving him exactly enough instruction to move without feeling managed. He ate, wrapped the remaining bread in cloth, and went down to the cove. Thalia waited in the morning sun. The sight of her stirred something tender in him. She looked ready, not eager, exactly. Boats do not grow eager in the way horses do. But she had the air of a vessel that had been cleaned, mended, and allowed to rest. Her hull sat smooth against the sand. Her sail, patched properly now, was folded and dry. The oiled rails shone darkly. The rope lines lay coiled with patient order. Nikos walked around her once. He checked the hull again, though it did not need checking. He tested the knots, though he knew they would hold. Ran his hands over the repaired sail and found his stitches secure. And he stopped. He recognized the old pattern. Preparing, then preparing again, not because care required it, but because departure could be delayed beneath the respectable name of thoroughness. He stood beside the mast and placed one hand on the wood. "I am not leaving today," he said softly. The sentence surprised him. He looked toward the sea. The water beyond the cove was calm, though farther out he could see a slow wind moving over the surface. A good wind, perhaps. Sailor's wind. The sort that would have once made him restless to go. But the island had not released him yet. Or he had not released the island. Perhaps both. "I am not leaving today," he said again. This time not as excuse, but as truth. Then he worked on Thalia in a different way. Not repairing, preparing with love. He arranged the storage beneath the stern. He folded the spare cloth more neatly. He emptied a jar of stale water and rinsed it clean. He shook sand from the sleeping mat. He checked the small chest where he kept his coins, letters of passage, spare thread, a whetstone, and a piece of blue glass he had once found on a beach and kept for no practical reason. He held the blue glass up to the sun. Light passed through it, and laid a small patch of sea color on his palm. For years he had kept useful things: rope, tools, coins, hooks, sail needles, knives. But the blue glass was useless in the best way. He had kept it because it pleased him, because it caught the sun, because once, on a tired afternoon years earlier, it had looked like a piece of calm water made solid. He smiled and placed it carefully back in the chest. Not every carried thing was a burden. That mattered too. Near midday he carried fresh water aboard, then sat on the sand with his back against the hull and ate the bread Melia had left. The sea moved in bright folds. A crab walked from one stone to another with great seriousness. He shimmered faintly above the beach, but the breeze kept the cove gentle. For a while Nikos did nothing. Not even the discipline, nothing of a man trying to practice rest. Only nothing. The day widened. When the sun had passed its highest point, he rose and climbed toward the chariot court. He did not know what Melia meant by "in the court," but the words had rested in him all morning. The path was warm underfoot, the olive leaves glittered. As he climbed, he heard no horses, for Helios was far across the sky. The court would be empty. The door in the western cliff would be closed. The columns would hold only sunlight when waiting. He found Melia there. She was kneeling at the shadowed end of the shelter, near the small hook and empty bowl. Beside her were 2 water jars, a folded cloth, a small brush, and a shallow dish of fine white sand. She looked over her shoulder. "You came." The note said to. The note suggested. Nikos smiled and knelt beside her. The small bowl had been moved into the light. Now he could see that it was made of pale stone, not clay, with tiny flecks of gold within it. It was shallow, smooth, and completely plain. The little hook above it had been polished clean, though it held nothing. "What are we doing?" he asked. "Preparing the place. For departure? For the possibility of it." Nikos looked at the bowl. It was already clean. Yes. Then why clean it again? Melia dipped the cloth into one jar and wrung it out. Because readiness is not a state one reaches once and owns forever. It is tended. She handed him the cloth. "Wipe the bowl." He did. The stone felt cool beneath the damp cloth, cooler than the air around them. He moved slowly around the rim and across the shallow hollow. There was no dirt that he could see, but the act still felt necessary. Not because the bowl needed to shine, but because touching it made him acknowledge its purpose. A place for what cannot be hung. When he finished, Melia took the small brush and cleaned around the base. Then she poured a little white sand into the bowl and turned it with her fingers until it formed a smooth surface. "Why sand?" Nikos asked. "To receive without clinging." He considered this. The bowl with sand looked less empty now, though it still waited. Melia took the second jar and poured a small amount of water into a cup. "From the eastern spring," she said. Then she touched the first jar. From the lower sunset pool. Nikos looked at both. Beginning and return. Yes. She poured one drop from the eastern water onto the sand. It darkened a small round place near the center. Then she poured one drop from the sunset pool beside it, warmer and faintly golden. The 2 drops spread slowly until they touched. Sand held them both. Nikos watched in silence. "This bowl receives many things," Melia said. "Some heavy, some small, some visible, some not. Before any offering, it is reminded that leaving and beginning are not enemies." Nikos thought of Thalia in the cove. "I am not leaving today," he said. "I know." The answer settled him. Melia handed him the brush. "Clean the hook." Nikos rose and stood before the small hook. It was made of bronze, but not like the chariot fittings. It was darker, older perhaps, with no decoration. It curved upward gently from the wall, strong enough to hold something light, perhaps a cord, a pouch, a strip of cloth, a tool, a key. He brushed it carefully. As he did, the bronze fragment in his satchel warmed. He had brought it, without thinking, tucked into the blue cloth. Now it pressed against his side with a heat that was unmistakable. Melia noticed. "Take it out." Nikos set down the brush and removed the fragment. In the light of the court it shone more brightly than it had in the shrine. The little chariot wheel on its surface seemed almost alive. The worn words on the back were clear. Not all returns as it left. He held it near the hook. The fragment warmed again. Then near the bowl. Warmer still. He looked at Melia. What does it want? Her eyes were kind, but her answer came without hesitation. It does not want. It remembers. What? All the places it might belong. Nikos lowered himself to sit on the stone floor beside the bowl. The court was very quiet. Above the columns the afternoon sky was high and blue. No chariot path opened there now. No divine brightness moved across the shelter. In the absence of spectacle, the place felt almost humble. Hooks on a wall, jars of water, a bowl of sand, a woman and a sailor kneeling together in the heat of the day. Yet this, too, was sacred. Perhaps more sacred because it could be mistaken for ordinary preparation. Nikos placed the bronze fragment in the bowl. The sand received it. Nothing happened. Then, slowly, the fragment cooled. Not cold, only quiet. Nikos stared at it. Melia did not speak. The fragment lay there as though it had always been meant to rest in that pale bowl. But after a few breaths, Nikos felt an unexpected resistance rise within him. Not strong, not possessive exactly. More like a hand reaching after a departing boat. He did not want to leave it there. Not yet. He had expected the fragment to feel finished in the bowl, or wrong, or clearly ready to return to the lamp. Instead, it felt possible, and possibility, he was learning, could be more difficult than certainty. He lifted it from the sand. Warmth returned at once to his palm. He carried it to the hook and rested it there, balancing the curve carefully. It did not fit. Of course it did not. It was not made to hang. It slipped, and Nikos caught it before it fell. Melia smiled slightly. Answers one thing. Nikos laughed under his breath. It cannot be hung. No. He looked at the bowl again. But I do not yet know if it should be placed. Then it should not. He wrapped it once more in the blue cloth. What if I am only reluctant? And even reluctance may have something to teach before it leaves. Nikos sat back on his heels. The small hook gleamed faintly. The bowl held its smooth sand, and the two mingled drops of water. Empty again, but differently. Empty now. Prepared. Melia began gathering the jars. "Tonight," she said, "when Helios returns, you will set fresh water near the horses, and place one handful of grain in the trough. Then you will leave the court before the door opens." Nikos looked at her. "Before Helios enters the chamber?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because tonight your task is to prepare and release the task." He absorbed that. Not to remain until the end. Not to witness everything. Not to make his participation complete by staying long enough to see it acknowledged. Prepare, then leave. The lesson was small enough to be irritating. He smiled at himself. "I see." "Do you?" "I see enough to be uncomfortable." "Good." They returned to the house in the slow warmth of afternoon. Nikos rested for a while on the terrace, while Melia worked inside. He did not sleep, but he drifted in a shallow quiet, watching light move across the table, listening to the distant sea, feeling the bronze fragment against him. Later, as evening approached, he carried water to the upper court as instructed. The island was beginning to glow, but Helios had not yet appeared. The sky over the western sea had deepened to gold. The horse's trough stood ready. Nikos poured the water. It made a clean, hollow sound. He took grain from the jar and placed one handful in the trough. Then he stepped back. The task was done. He could stay. No one would stop him. Perhaps he could wait for the chariot, watch the descent, help if help were needed, stand near enough to feel the horse's warm breath and the great gentling of the gods whisper. Instead, he turned and left the court. Each step down the path felt strangely deliberate. Behind him, the sky brightened. The first distant hum of the returning chariot passed through the stones. His shoulders wanted to turn. His eyes wanted one more glimpse. His old habit wanted to complete the task by witnessing its outcome. He kept walking, not rigidly, gently. The olives received him into their shadows. The hum grew warmer and softer as he descended. When the chariot passed above the grove, golden light poured through the leaves and crossed the path before him in long bright bands. Nikos stopped then, not to look back, but to stand within the light as it passed. It touched his face, his hands, the fold of cloth where the fragment rested. Then it moved on. He bowed his head. By the time he reached the terrace, the sounds of arrival had begun above. Wheels slowing, hooves on stone, Melia's voice, water stirred in the trough he had filled. Work continued without him, and he was still part of it. The realization entered him softly. He sat at the table and watched the cove below. Thalia shone in the evening light. The sea beyond her was turning violet. A breeze moved up from the water and lifted the edge of the tablecloth. A few moments later, Melia appeared on the path. Nikos looked up in surprise. He returned quickly. "I ask less of myself tonight," she said. She sat across from him. "Are the horses tended?" "Enough for the first moments. They know how to drink without supervision." The dry humor in her voice made him smile. "And Helios, the door knows him." They sat together while the island completed what neither of them needed to oversee. This, too, was belonging. Not constant presence, not perfect usefulness, not being indispensable to every sacred movement, trusting the rhythm to continue. After supper, Melia told him more of the merchant who had tried to leave unchanged, not in a long tale, but in small pieces between sips of warm water. How he had returned years later with no counting weights at all, only a small wooden box of dried apricots from his garden. How he had sat on the terrace and confessed that he still counted more than he wished, but sometimes now he gave without entering the gift into any inward ledger. How he had laughed at himself kindly, which Melia said was one of the clearest signs of healing. Nikos listened. He liked that the merchant had not become perfect. He liked that the island's lessons did not turn people into statues of wisdom, smooth and impossible. They remained themselves, sailors, potters, queens, shepherds, merchants, still human, still unfinished, but perhaps less bound to the burdens that had once mistaken themselves for identity. Later, when Melia went inside, Nikos remained on the terrace. The bronze fragment lay on the table before him. He had placed it there without quite deciding to. The night glow touched its edges. He turned it over and read the line again. Not all returns as it left. He thought of the potter returning with lamps used later, of the merchant returning with apricots, of Melia, who had arrived as a daughter escaping an assigned room and become the keeper of tired light, of himself, who had come as a sailor following sunsets, and now sat beneath the stars wondering how to carry rest back into motion. He did not want to lose the island when he left. That was the fear beneath the others. Not only leaving Melia, or the pools, or the golden court, or the hidden chamber where Helios slept. It was the fear that once he returned to the world of harbors and weather and bargaining and repairs, all he had learned would fade like a dream told too late after waking. He touched the fragment. "Can a person carry a place without taking it?" he asked quietly. The island answered only with the sea. But the sea's answer was not nothing. It came and went. It touched the shore and returned. It never kept the beach. Yet the beach was shaped by it. Nikos sat with that. When he finally went to bed, he did not place the fragment on the shelf. He kept it in his hand for a while, feeling it warm, then cool, then warm again with his own skin. He understood that he would not leave the island by holding tightly to it, nor by pretending he did not love it. He would leave, when the time came, by receiving what it had given and allowing it to remain itself. The next morning he woke before sunrise, not from harness or chime, but from quiet readiness. The room was dark blue. The painted suns were barely visible. Outside, the island waited in the hour before movement. Nikos rose, washed, and stepped onto the terrace. Melia was there already. She stood with a cup in her hands, looking toward the upper court. "You feel it," she said. "Yes. What do you feel?" Nikos looked down toward the cove, where Thalia rested in shadow. "Not that I must leave today. No, but that I am learning how." Melia nodded. "That is different." They stood together as the first sounds of morning preparation began above them. Nikos did not go to watch. He did not need to. He had seen the leaving once. He had helped with the return. He had prepared the bowl. He had cleaned the hook. He had walked west and east, sat at pools and springs, tended boat and harness, left one small burden and carried another question. The chariot would rise whether or not he watched. The day would begin, and somehow, by not seeing it, he trusted it more. A pale line of gold appeared beyond the unseen east. Nikos breathed in. The bronze fragment, resting in his palm, warmed gently, not urgently, not as a command, as a reminder. Melia looked at his closed hand. "You may carry it today," she said. "To where?" "Wherever the day takes you." He smiled. "That is another island answer. It is a good one." The sound of wheels rose in the distance. The horses stepped into morning. Light gathered through the grove and lifted into the sky. Nikos closed his eyes as warmth touched his face. He did not ask it to stay. He did not chase it. He let it pass through him. And for the first time he began to believe that what passed through gently could still leave light behind. The next morning arrived without instruction. That was the first thing Nikos noticed. No note waited beside the breakfast tray. No satchel had been packed and placed by the door. No bowl, tool, cloth, lamp, jar, or folded piece of bark directed his hands toward the next quiet task. It was only morning. The room opened slowly around him in pale gold. The painted suns near the ceiling rested in their familiar procession, small and still, as though they too had completed their night's journey, and now watched him from the wall without expectation. For a while Nikos remained in bed. He listened for the sounds of the house. Melia moved somewhere beyond the room, lightly, without the purposeful rhythm that usually meant bread, harness, olives, herbs, or water. Outside, the island breathed in surly warmth. The sea below the house touched the shore. The olive leaves trembled in a mild wind. Far above, the chariot court was empty now. Though he had not gone to watch the morning departure, he had woken after it. And nothing felt missed. The thought pleased him. Not long ago he would have felt a quiet regret at slipping through something so wondrous. He might have risen quickly, searching for some remaining sign, a trace of light on the path, a faint hoof mark on stone, a last warmth in the air. Now he simply lay still and let the morning be morning, not a thing to possess before it changed. The bronze fragment lay beside the basin. It did not glow. It did not warm from across the room. It rested. Nikos looked at it for a long moment before rising. He washed his face, dressed, and took the fragment into his palm. It remained cool at first, then warmed slowly, not with the urgency it had shown near the bowl or the spring, but with the simple warmth of metal held by a living hand. He smiled faintly. "Today, then," he murmured. He did not know what he meant by the words, only that they felt true. On the terrace, Melia was seated with a cup of tea, looking toward the sea. There was bread on the table, and figs, and olives in a shallow dish. But nothing had been arranged as a task. Nothing pointed him onward. Melia looked up when he came out, and gave a nod that was almost a greeting, and almost permission. "You slept well," she said. "I did. Good." He sat across from her. The morning light had not yet grown strong enough to flatten the world into brightness. It lay softly over everything. The table, the cups, the rough wall of the house, Melia's hands, the path leading down to the cove, the path leading inland, the western hill where the chariot court waited unseen among the stones. Nikos broke a piece of bread and ate it slowly. No question came from Melia. This, too, seemed intentional. After a time he asked, "Is there something I should do today?" "No." The answer was so immediate that he laughed quietly. "Nothing? Nothing I give you." He leaned back, holding the bread in one hand. "That feels less simple than it sounds." "Yes." Melia's eyes held the warmth of someone who had known he would say so. "The island has shown you where to walk," she said. "Today you may notice where you return without being sent." Nikos looked beyond her toward the inner grove. "And if nowhere calls?" "Then sit. And if everywhere calls, walk slowly." He ate in silence for a little while. The bronze fragment lay on the table between his cup and the bowl of olives. Its curved edge caught a small line of light. Morning looked neither like a burden nor an answer. It looked like what it was, an old broken piece of something once made to hold flame. "I thought by now I would know what to do with it," she said. Melia glanced at the fragment. "Perhaps you do. I do not feel certain." Knowing does not always arrive dressed as certainty. Nikos considered that. Then how does it arrive? Sometimes as peace around one choice, even when sadness remains. He did not answer. The phrase rested on the terrace with them, among the cups and bread and morning insects, moving through the herbs near the wall. Peace around one choice. Not excitement, not perfect clarity, not relief without ache. Peace. After breakfast, Nikos did not rise at once. He watched Melia gather the bowls and carry them inside. He almost followed to help, then stopped himself. Not from laziness, not from withholding, only because he noticed that she did not need him, and he did not need to prove he would have helped. He remained seated. A small bird landed on the low wall, tilted its head toward him, and flew away. Nikos smiled. When he finally stood, he did not choose a path by thinking. His feet turned toward the eastern hills. The morning was still young enough that the air remained cool in the shadow of the trees. He walked without a satchel this time, no packed bread, no flask, no instruction, only the fragment wrapped in blue cloth and tucked at his waist. A path rose through the pale grasses. He noticed how familiar it had become after only one walking. The stone shaped like a sleeping dog. The cluster of blue flowers near the bend. The narrow place where the herbs brushed against his ankles. Yesterday these had been discoveries. Today they were not possessions, not landmarks exactly, but acquaintances. The eastern terraces opened before him in clear light. The 3 basins with white pebbles waited as he had left them. The basin beneath the seed carving still held the olive he had placed there, though it had darkened slightly in the sun. Ants had found it and moved around it with steady purpose. Nikos was glad. An offering became part of the world by being received in ways one did not control. He sat beside the basin with the doorway carving. There were no visions, no sound of distant beginnings, only wind. He lifted one white pebble and turned it in his hand. Smooth, warm, ordinary. Sort of stone a child might keep for a day and lose without grief. Let the day meet you unfinished. The words from the bench returned to him, though he was not yet at the bench. He placed the pebble back. Then he looked at his hands. For years he had trusted his hands more than his heart. Hands could mend. Hands could sail. Hands could carry, count, tie, lift, scrape, and hold steady when the mind grew tired. Hands made a man useful. Hands gave shape to worth. But his hands had also begun to learn other things on the island. How to touch a horse softly, how to leave a ring on stone, how to place a fragment near a lamp without forcing it home, how to pick olives without turning each olive into a small argument for belonging. He flexed his fingers once and rested them on his knees. The spring called next, not loudly. Nothing on the eastern side called loudly. But as Nikos stood, he knew he wanted cold water. The spring was as he remembered it, a thread of silver water falling from a crack in pale stone into a round basin. The little clay cups stood nearby, waiting. Morning light slid over the rock face and made the falling stream shine as though it were made of glass. Nikos took a cup, filled it, and drank. Cold moved through him. The water seemed to wake every quiet place inside his chest. He drank again, more slowly. Then he filled the cup once more and held it in both hands without drinking. "Let the day meet you unfinished," he said under his breath. The water trembled lightly. There was no vision, but he felt something answer. Not from outside, from himself. He had thought of return as something that required readiness, a proper plan, a repaired self, a noble vow, a clear destination. But the spring, cold and simple, seemed to say that beginnings did not wait for such things. Seed did not understand the whole tree before opening. A door did not know all who would enter before it swung. A sailor did not need to know every harbor of the future before raising sail. He drank the 3rd cup and set it back among the others. A bronze fragment at his waist warmed. Nikos took it out. In the clear eastern light, the etched chariot wheel seemed less like a sign of Helios, and more like a wheel that had simply traveled, around and around, bearing weight, crossing distance, returning always to the ground it touched. The line on the back remained worn but readable. Not all returns as it left. Nikos held it over the spring basin. For a moment he imagined dropping it in. The water would receive it with a small sound. The fragment would rest among clear ripples, held by beginnings, rather than by return. The idea was beautiful, but not peaceful. He drew it back. Not there. The answer was quiet, but it was an answer. He wrapped the fragment again and continued toward the bench. The eastern bench waited in the sun, looking more weathered than before. The pale cloth tied to its stone legs stirred in a wind so faint, Nikos could barely feel it. He sat and looked over the quiet eastern shore. Here, the sea was silver blue. No dramatic glow. No hidden cove. No golden road across water. Only open morning and the low, patient sound of waves touching flat stones. He thought about the harbors of the world. Not one harbor. Not one home waiting with certainty. But many. Small islands where old women sold bread wrapped in leaves. Busy quays where men shouted over fish and rope. Quiet villages where lamps burned before dawn, places he had visited and not truly received, people he had known by name and kept at a safe distance. What kind of return did he want? Not to settle forever, perhaps. Not yet. The sea was still in him. The westward horizon still called. He did not want to stop being a sailor any more than the sun would stop crossing the sky. But Blood wanted to become a sailor who arrived, not merely one who left. He wanted to accept supper without already planning departure, to mend his boat in a harbor and let someone sit nearby while he worked, to ask another person about their day and remain for the answer, to write, perhaps, to the innkeeper with fennel bread in the northern harbor, to visit his grandmother Esgrave, if the village path had not changed too much, and tell her that the sun did rest, though not in words any child would fully understand. He wanted to follow sunsets still, but not because they never asked him to stay, because they taught him that staying and leaving belonged to the same rhythm when both were done with care. The thought came with sadness around its edges. Peace, but sadness too. He wondered if this was what Melia meant, peace around one choice. When he stood, he touched the carved words on the bench with 2 fingers, then turned back down the eastern path. This time he did not stop at the spring. He walked through the terraces and into the pale grass, then turned inland toward the orchard and the resting shrine. The sun had climbed higher by then, and the shade beneath the inner grove felt cool after the open hills. Nikos slowed as he passed beneath the interlaced olive branches. He could smell fruit ahead, pomegranates, figs, warm leaves, earth. The shrine clearing appeared gradually. The clay lamp had gone out. This did not trouble him. A thin thread of smoke no longer rose from it. The small wick was dark, curled inward at its tip. The objects on the stone table rested in daylight without the flame's companionship. Flute, cloth, spearhead, cup, spindle, bronze lamp, broken ring. Nikos stood at the entrance. The ring looked even less like his now. It had become one small dark curve among other offerings, no longer the center of his attention, no longer an absence at his waist. Just a piece of the young man's old bargain, set down where the island could keep it, without making a display of the keeping. He bowed his head slightly. Then he approached the potter's lamp. The bronze lamp waited. The missing place waited. Nikos took the fragment from his cloth and held it near the gap. As before, it fit. As before, warmth moved through the metal when the edges touched. But today, something was different. He did not feel the urge to repair it, nor the resistance. He simply felt tenderness for the lamp as it was, broken, repaired, incomplete, still beautiful. The thing did not have to hold flame again to be honored for all the flame it had once held. He set the fragment beside it. Then, after a moment, he took the small clay lamp from the shrine table, the one he had lit before, and examined it. Its wick had burned down but could be trimmed. There was a little oil still inside, not enough for a whole night, but enough for a small flame. He looked at the bronze lamp, then at the fragment, then at the clay lamp in his hand. Understanding came not as thought, but as arrangement. The potter's bronze lamp did not need to be forced whole. The fragment did not need to be hidden in the bowl. And Nikos did not need to carry the island by keeping a piece that belonged only to the past. But perhaps flame could move on. Perhaps that was enough. He found the small pouch of oil Melia had left tucked near the shrine wall. He trimmed the clay lamp's wick with his sailor's knife, carefully, without hurry. Then he poured in a little oil and took flint from his belt. A spark took after the third strike. A small flame rose. Nikos placed the clay lamp beside the bronze one. The light touched the old repaired metal, the missing rim, the separate fragment, and the ring. Nothing was mended. Everything was seen. Nikos sat before the table and breathed slowly. He understood then what he would do, not yet in action, but in peace. He would not repair the potter's lamp. That was not his work. He would not take the bronze fragment back into the world as a charm to prove he had changed. That would make it another ring, another evidence carried too long. He would place it in the departure bowl, not because the bowl owned it, because he was ready to stop asking the fragment to answer for him. The decision came with a small ache. He had grown fond of the little piece of bronze. Its warmth had kept him company through the last days. It had asked questions without forcing answers. It had been a bridge between what was broken, what could return, and what might begin again. But perhaps a true companion was not always one that stayed in the hand. Sometimes it was one that brought a person to the place where the hand could open. He reached toward the fragment. For a moment he held it one last time beside the bronze lamp. "Thank you," he whispered. The shrine did not respond. The clay flame burned steadily. He set the fragment back down, not in the lamp, not yet in the bowl, but beside the flame until evening. There was still one place he needed to visit. Cove. By the time Nikos returned to the shore, the day had grown warm and full. Thalia rested where he had left her, drawn high enough on the sand to be safe, but close enough that the tide whispered beneath her stern. Her patched sail was folded. Her water jars were clean. Her hull, newly scraped, reflected light in dark smooth lines. Nikos stood before her for a long while. Then he began, slowly, without pretending it was only maintenance, to prepare her for leaving. He loaded the fresh water jars. He placed bread in a sealed clay box. He checked the small chest and closed it. He folded the sleeping mat. He tested the anchor line. He arranged the sail so it could be raised easily, but not hastily. Each action was familiar. Each one belonged to departure. But today they did not feel like escape. They felt like readiness. When all was done, he sat on the sand beside the boat and leaned his back against her hull. The cove was bright, and slowly less bright, as afternoon began to lean westward. The water made small shining folds. A line of foam came forward, touched the sand, and withdrew. Small shells clicked softly in the wash. Nikos let his eyes half close. He remembered arriving here in darkness, led by a wind he had not understood. He remembered stepping into warm water, touching the golden beach, seeing the path through the grasses. He remembered the first shock of the island's glow, the first glimpse of the chariot, the old woman beneath the olive tree, the sleeping horses, the door with the sun's closed eyes. He did not try to hold the memories tightly. He let them pass through him. They did not vanish. That was the quiet wonder of it. He could release his grip and still keep what mattered. Shadow fell across the sand. Nikos opened his eyes. Melia stood beside him with 2 cups and a small basket. "May I sit?" she asked. He smiled. "Live here." "That was not what I asked." The correction was gentle. He moved a little to make space in the shade of the boat. She sat beside him, not on a stone, not on the terrace, but directly on the warm sand. For some reason, this moved Nikos more than he expected. She handed him a cup. It held cool water from the eastern spring. They drank in silence. After a while, Melia looked at Thalia. "She is ready." "Yes. And you?" Nikos watched the water. "Nearly." Melia nodded. No surprise, no sorrow shown too quickly, no attempt to make the leaving easier by speaking over it. "How do travelers know," Nikos asked, "when the island is releasing them?" Melia drew one line in the sand with her finger. "They stop asking whether they are allowed to stay." Nikos looked at her. The answer entered quietly. "At first," she continued, "most wonder if they may remain. Then they wonder if they must leave. Then, if they listen long enough, The question changes. To what? What must I carry gently when I go? Nikos looked toward Thalia. His boat seemed very still, listening with them. And if someone does not want to go, then they may stay longer, if the island holds them. But often the wish to stay is not love of the island. It is fear of the world beyond it. Nikos nodded. That is different. Yes. He drew his own line in the sand beside hers. I do not want to leave because I am finished here. No one is finished with rest. Then why leave? Because rest that never returns to life becomes another kind of hiding. The words were soft, but they carried weight. Nikos closed his eyes briefly. He thought of the sleeping chamber in the western cliff. Even Helios did not remain there. The horses did not graze forever in the golden court. The island did not keep light locked in its pools. Rest gathered strength so that light could move again. I am afraid I will forget, he said. Melia's reply came after a few breaths. You will. He opened his eyes. She was looking at the sea, her expression calm. That is not comforting. It is true. You will forget some things. Then you will remember. Then forget again. Then remember sooner. And as how most lessons live in human beings. Nikos considered this, and after a while he found that it comforted him more than being told he would never lose the feeling. What if I return to old ways? Then notice. Begin again. Just like that? Rarely just like that. But yes, the tide slipped farther up the sand and touched the keel. Melia looked at the water. Morning. She may float. Nikos followed her gaze. The tide would rise in the night. Thalia, drawn near enough to the water, might lift gently before dawn, still tethered by the rope, waiting. He felt the meaning before Melia spoke it. She did not need to. They sat until the sun lowered enough for the cove to warm toward evening. Then Melia rose. There will be supper before the return, she said. Nikos stood also. I need to go to the shrine first. I know. The path inland seemed shorter this time. Perhaps because he was not searching. Perhaps because part of him had already chosen. The inner grove received him in green shade. The orchard smelled of fruit and warm bark. Shrine waited with its small flame still burning. Nikos approached the stone table. He picked up the bronze fragment. For one last moment, he held it beside the potter's lamp. The lamp remained incomplete. The fragment remained itself. The flame remained enough. He bowed his head. Then he left the shrine. He did not look back immediately. When he did, from the edge of the clearing, the clay lamp shone beside the old bronze one, and the broken ring lay quiet among the other offerings. Nothing followed him from the table. That, too, was answer. He carried the fragment to the chariot court. The island had entered the first hour of evening. Western sky was beginning to glow, but the chariot had not yet appeared. The court stood empty and warm. The columns held long shadows. The door and the cliff remained closed. The small hook and bowl waited in the shelter. Nikos walked to them. The white-sanded bowl had dried where the eastern spring water and sunset water had touched. The two marks had become one faint stain near the center. Beginning and return. He unwrapped the fragment. The bronze was warm, but not urgent. He held it for a long moment. He thought of every place it had seemed to belong. The lamp, the spring, his palm, the bowl. He thought of the potter, who had left behind the belief that breaking meant failure. He thought of himself, learning not to make a carried thing into proof. He thought of Thalia, ready in the cove. He thought of the human world, unfinished and waiting. Then Nikos placed a fragment in the departure bowl. The sand received it, with almost no sound. This time he did not reach to take it back. Bronze cooled slowly. As it cooled, something in Nikos' chest loosened. Not dramatically, not completely, but truly. Uzwasaptia no longer needed reminders. It would need many. It was not that he was suddenly brave in all the places he had once been guarded. He was not. But he understood that the island's gift did not live in the object. The fragment had brought him to the opening of his hand. That was enough. He stood quietly before the bowl. The small hook above remained empty. At first he wondered if he had failed to use it. Then he understood that not every prepared place must be filled by him. Some hooks waited for other travelers. Some bowls held what could not be hung. Some spaces remained empty because emptiness too had a purpose. A warmth spread across the court. Nikos turned. Sky above the western cliffs had brightened. The chariot was returning. He had not intended to stay for it. Yet something held him there, not compulsion, not old usefulness, but invitation. The court filled slowly with golden light. The horses descended from the evening path, their manes carrying the colors of the long day. The wheels touched stone with a sound like deep bronze remembering rest. Nikos stepped aside, near the shadowed wall. Melia appeared from the lower path just as the chariot stilled. She glanced once at the bowl, then at him, and her face softened. She did not speak. Helios stood in the chariot, radiant and weary, the light around him lowering from brilliance into evening warmth. Nikos did not look directly at his face. He had learned by now that reverence did not require staring, but he felt the god's presence fill the court like sunlight held within a great breath. The horses were unfastened, water was poured, harness loosened. Melia moved with her familiar care. Nikos remained still. Then, before Helios turned toward the sleeping chamber, the warmth in the court gathered. A single ray of evening light slipped across the stone floor, narrow and clear. It touched the departure bowl. The bronze fragment shone, not fiercely, gently. The etched chariot wheel brightened, then dimmed. Worn words on the back were not visible from where Nikos stood, yet he felt them as clearly as if they had been spoken. Not all returns as it left. Helios paused. The light moved from the fragment to Nikos's hands. For one breath his palms glowed faintly gold, as though the fragment had left a warmth there, not by remaining, but by having been carried and released. Nikos closed his eyes. He understood. Returning changed was not failure. Leaving without carrying every proof was not loss. Rest did not vanish because one rose from it. When he opened his eyes, Helios had turned toward the door. The carved sun in the stone opened with light. The god entered, the door closed. Evening settled around the court. Melia came to stand beside Nikos. Neither spoke for a long while. The horses breathed softly in their places. The chariot dimmed beneath the columns. The bowl rested in the shadowed end of the shelter, holding the bronze fragment in white sand. At last, Melia said, "Peace around one choice." Nikos looked at the bowl. Yes. Sadness, too. Yes. Good. He smiled faintly. "I am glad you think sadness is good. Not always. But when leaving what you love, it would be strange if the heart did not bow." Together they walked down to the house. Supper was quieter than usual. Not heavy, not mournful, only full. The way a cup is full when one carries it carefully with both hands. 8 lentils, bread, olives, figs, and cheese. Melia opened the jar of honeyed fruit she said she had been saving, though for what she did not say. The island glowed around them. Western pools shone. The sea below the cove darkened gently. Thale lay half in shadow, half in the last gold of evening. The inner grove held the shrine. The eastern terraces held the memory of morning. The chariot court held the bowl, and Nikos held nothing in his hands except the cup before him. That felt strange. That felt right. At Fet's supper, Melia gave him a folded cloth. Inside was a small loaf of bread, a few figs, a pouch of olives, and a little clay cup wrapped carefully in linen. "For the road," she said. Nikos touched the cup through the cloth. "From the spring. Yes. I should not take it." "You should. Why? So that when you forget, you can drink water from an ordinary cup and remember that ordinary things are allowed to carry mercy." He held the bundle carefully. "Thank you." Malia nodded once. No long farewell began. Not yet. That was kindness. Later, in his room, Nikos found that the shelf beside the basin looked empty without the bronze fragment. But the emptiness did not ache as the ring's absence had. It felt clean, prepared, a space that did not need filling. He packed his small belongings. There were not many. His spare tunic, his knife, his folded cloth, his letters of passage, the blue glass from Thalia's chest, which he had decided to keep, not as proof, not as burden, simply because it pleased him, and pleasure freely received was also part belonging to the world. He lay down before the lamp burned low. Sleep did not come at once. He listened to the sea below. The tide was rising. He could hear it more clearly than on other nights, a fuller sound in the cove, water slipping farther up the sand, touching stones, lifting small shells, moving beneath Thalia's hull. After a while, there came a soft wooden shift, then another. Nikos opened his eyes. The room remained dark, warm. He rose, went to the window, through the olive branches, under the amber glow of the island. He could see the cove. Thalia was afloat, only slightly. A rope still held her safely to the black stone, but the tide had lifted her from the sand. She moved gently in place, rising and falling with the water, no longer resting on shore, not yet departing, ready, waiting. Nikos stood at the window for a long time. He felt no panic, no rush, no need to go down at once, and adjust ropes already well tied. The boat knew how to float. The tide knew how to rise. Morning would come. He returned to bed. The island seemed to settle closer around him, not to keep him, but to bless the last sleep before leaving. The horses breathed in the upper court. Helios rested behind the golden veined door. Melia's house held its warm silence. The shrine kept what had been laid down. The eastern spring moved in darkness. Nikos closed his eyes. He did not dream of departure. He dreamed of light moving through open hands. Nikos woke before dawn. The room was still dark, but the darkness had thinned. It was not the deep blue silence of night, nor the amber half-light that came when the island held the sun's remembered warmth. It was the hour between, the hour when shadows softened at their edges, when the world had not yet begun speaking, but had already turned its face toward morning. For a few moments he remained beneath the linen blanket and listened. The sea in the cove sounded fuller than it had on his first night. The tide had come in high, wrapping the little beach in a slow, breathing hush. Water moved beneath Thalia's hull with soft wooden sounds. A gentle knock, a creak, the whisper of rope tightening and slackening against the black stone. She was still afloat, still waiting. Nikos closed his eyes once more, not to return to sleep, but to receive the quiet of the room. He felt no hurry. That surprised him, though by now he had learned not to distrust peace simply because it felt unfamiliar. Not on the mornings of departure, he would already have been counting tasks in his mind. Sail, rope, water, cargo, weather, direction, wind, distance, harbor, time. This morning the tasks were there, but they did not crowd him. They stood calmly, like patient friends. He rose. The floor was cool beneath his feet. He folded the blanket and set it at the foot of the bed. He washed his face in the clay basin, then for the last time watched the water take the shape of the morning light from the window. His belongings were already packed. There were few enough to carry easily. spare cloth, letters of passage, his knife, a pouch of coin, a little piece of blue glass he had chosen to keep, and the food Melia had wrapped for the road. Beside them lay the small clay cup from the eastern spring, wrapped in linen. Nikos lifted the cup and held it for a moment. It was plain, uneven at the rim, small enough to disappear inside both hands. He thought of Melia's words, "Ordinary things are allowed to carry mercy." He placed it carefully in his bundle. Then he looked around the room. The painted suns near the ceiling were barely visible in the pre-dawn dark. Their procession seemed quieter than ever, each small circle traveling its red line around the room, morning to evening, evening to rest, rest to morning. He had slept beneath them as a stranger, then as a guest, then as someone who had stopped asking whether he deserved the bed. Now he would leave beneath them. He bowed his head slightly, not to the room as one bows to a temple, but as one thanks a harbor before sailing. And he stepped outside. Melia was already on the terrace. She stood by the low wall with a shawl around her shoulders, looking down toward the cove. A small lamp burned on the table behind her. Beside it were 2 cups, a loaf of warm bread wrapped in cloth, figs, olives, and a shallow bowl of honey. She did not turn when Nikos came out. "She rose before you," she said. Nikos looked down. Thalia floated quietly in the cove, held by her rope, her mast a dark line against the paling sea. The tide had lifted her cleanly. She moved with the water as though she had never rested on sand at all. She was always the better sailor, Nikos said. Melia smiled. "Come, eat a little." They sat together in the last blue hour, before dawn. Neither spoke at first. The bread was warm. Nikos tore it slowly and dipped one edge in honey. The figs were cool from the night air. The olives tasted of the tree he had helped gather from. Every flavor seemed simple and complete, as though the island wished to leave him with no grand feast. Only the deep comfort of ordinary food received with attention. Melia poured water into both cups. "From the eastern spring," she said. Nikos drank. The coldness woke him gently. "I thought there might be more to say," he said after a while. "There is always more. Yes. But not all of it needs to stand at the door." He looked at her. The lamp between them made her face softer, though the morning slowly gathering beyond the terrace showed its lines more clearly. Age, weather, patience, loss, laughter, and the long discipline of tending what returned tired. "Will I find the island again?" he asked. Melia held her cup in both hands. "Perhaps. That is all? That is already much." He accepted this with a small nod. "Can a person search for it?" "They can." "Will searching help?" "Sometimes, if they are searching with longing instead of demand." Nikos looked toward the west, though the sky there still held night. "I do not know whether I will be able to explain it." To whom? He thought of harbor keepers, innkeepers, old sailors with suspicious eyes, boys standing at village walls watching sunset, women drawing water at evening, men counting cargo, travelers who would laugh kindly, and others who would not. To anyone. Melia's expression warmed. "You do not owe the world an explanation of every sacred thing that helps you live more gently." The words settled in him. He had not known he needed them. "Then what should I say?" "When? When I return changed, and someone asks why." Melia looked down toward the cove. "Say the sea was kind to you." Nikos smiled. "That is true. Yes. And if they ask more?" "And decide whether the question is a door or only a noise." He laughed softly. "I will remember that. You will forget. I will forget," he agreed. "Then remember." Melia's eyes shone with quiet approval. The first pale line of dawn entered the sky. Not the full sunrise. Not yet. just a loosening of darkness behind the eastern hills. The island seemed to feel it. The leaves shifted. The stone under Nikos' feet grew a little warmer. Somewhere high above, near the chariot court, a soft metallic sound rang once. The horses were being prepared. Nikos did not move. He listened. Leather lifted. A hoof stepped. Melia's absence from the court this morning was strange only for a breath. Then he understood that another rhythm was at work. Perhaps she had prepared what was needed the night before. Perhaps Helios required little tending on this particular dawn. Perhaps the island itself knew how to ready the day. Or perhaps this morning Melia's task was here, at the table, with him. Sounds above continued, gentle and far away. Nikos finished the last piece of bread. "I would like to go to the court once, before I leave," he said. Melia rose. "I know." They walked together. The path through the olive grove held the coolness of early morning. Nikos carried his bundle over one shoulder. Melia walked beside him, slow and steady. Neither spoke. The sky brightened by degrees between the leaves, and the island's S-night glow withdrew into the stones, not disappearing, only making room for dawn. As they climbed, Nikos felt every part of the path in a way he had not before. The slope where he had first followed Melia to supper, the turn where the lower pools could be seen through branches, the place where golden light had passed over him while he walked away from a completed task, the stones that had warmed beneath his bare feet, the olive trunks like old hands folded around silence. At the top, the chariot court opened before them. The horses were already harnessed. They stood in the pale light, magnificent and calm, their bodies holding the colors of the not yet risen sun. The cream-colored horse lowered its head as Nikos and Melia approached. The red horse breathed steam into the coolness. Pyros turned one dark eye toward Nikos, and for a moment the sailor felt again the warmth of that first greeting, when his trembling hand had touched a creature strong enough to pull the day and gentle enough to close its eyes under his fingers. The golden chariot stood ready. The wheels held a quiet radiance, not yet bright enough to blind, but bright enough to make the court seem to wait inside a held breath. The stone door in the cliff glowed faintly around its seam. The carved sun with closed eyes had not yet opened. Nikos did not approach the chariot. He walked instead to the shadowed end of the shelter. The small hook remained empty. The bowl waited beneath it. Inside, the white sand hailed the bronze fragment. It lay where he had placed it the evening before. The curved edge was half buried. The little chariot wheel showed clearly. No hand had moved it. No sign had changed it. Yet it seemed entirely different now, because Nikos had changed around it. He knelt. The bowl held not only the fragment, but the gesture of release. Eastern drop and western drop had dried into one faint mark beneath the sand, beginning and return hidden together below what could be seen. Nikos looked at the fragment for a long while. He did not want to take it. This, too, surprised him. He still felt tenderness for it, still gratitude, still memory, but not the hand's old reach, not the anxious need to keep the lesson by holding the object. It was safe here, and the lesson was not trapped inside it. He placed his palm lightly on the rim of the bowl. "Yes, well," he said. Words were the same as those he had spoken over the ring, but they meant something different now. Not rest, because the object had been a burden. Rest, because its work with him was complete. Melia stood a few paces behind him. When Nikos rose, she held out her hand. For one brief moment, he thought she meant to give him something else. Instead, she placed her palm over his open hand. Her hand was warm, dry, and strong. "You do not need to hold the island tightly," she said. "What has entered gently will know how to remain." Nikos closed his fingers around nothing. then opened them again. "I'm afraid," he said. "I know. Not like before. No. It is a quieter fear. And answer it quietly." He looked at her. "How? By going slowly, by receiving what comes, by beginning again when you forget, by letting yourself be welcomed sometimes without calculating the cost, by watching sunsets, not only because they leave, but because they return the day to rest." Nikos swallowed. "Will you be here when evening comes?" "Yes. And when morning comes, when needed." He smiled through the ache rising in him. "That is another island answer. It is the last one I will give you today." The stone door began to brighten. The horses lifted their heads. Melia turned toward the chariot and bowed. Nikos bowed with her. The seam of light around the door widened. Helios emerged. This time Nikos did not look awake completely. He did not look directly either. He looked as one looks at dawn across water, allowing the light to enter without trying to own its shape. The figure of the god was radiant, but softened by the sacred hour before full day. He carried no haste, no burden visible to human eyes. Yet Nikos knew now that the brightness before him would cross the world, touch every roof and field, every open hand and closed heart, and return tired at evening to sleep. The god moved to the chariot. The horses waited. Before stepping up, Helios turned slightly. The court warmed. Nikos felt the warmth touch his face, his chest, his hands, his empty hands. Then, very softly, the light moved to the bowl. The bronze fragment glowed once, not as farewell, as blessing. Nikos bowed his head. When he lifted it, Helios had taken the reins. The horses stepped forward. The chariot wheels turned. The path of dawn opened into the eastern sky. This departure did not astonish Nikos, as the first had. It did not need to. Wonder, he had learned, did not become smaller when it became known. It became deeper, quieter, more able to live inside the body without disturbing the heart. The horses rose. The chariot lifted. Gold entered the world. Light moved over the court, over Melia, over Nikos, over the bull, over the empty hook, over the olive trees, and the pools below, over the hidden shrine, and the eastern terraces, over Thalia, floating in the cove. Then Helios crossed beyond the island's rim, and carried morning outward. The court grew still. For a long while neither Nikos nor Melia moved. At last she turned to him. "It is time." The words hurt. They also fit. Nikos nodded. They walked down from the court together. The island brightened as they descended. The lower pools, no longer glowing with night's amber, reflected the new sky. The olive grove smelt of leaf and dust. Bees had begun their work among the flowers. The sea below the cove shone pale gold beneath the widening day. At the terrace, Nikos paused. He looked at the house. A low roof, the warm stone walls, the doorway, the table where he had eaten bread and figs, where he had learned to sit without being useful, where he had held the bronze fragment through many questions. The guest room window stood open. The linen curtain moved faintly. "Thank you," he said. Melia did not ask whether he spoke to her or the house or the island. Perhaps gratitude, when true enough, did not need to choose. She walked with him down to the cove. The path seemed shorter and longer than before. At the beach, Thalia lifted and settled in the clear water. Her rope hove firm around the black stone. Her cleaned hull shone darkly. The patched sail waited. The water jars were stored. The small bundle of food rested safely beneath the forward bench. The clay cup was wrapped and tucked where it would not break. Nikos stepped into the shallows. The water was cool around his ankles at first, then warm as the sun touched it. He placed one hand on Thalia's side. "Ready," he whispered. "The boat rocked once. Melia stood on the sand. Nikos untied the rope from the black stone, but did not climb aboard immediately. He coiled the rope slowly, carefully, letting his hands complete the familiar motion without hurry. Then he turned to Melia. For a moment neither spoke. All the words that could have been said seemed to gather between them. Thanks, farewell, blessing, grief, memory, return. But the island had taught them both that not all true things needed to become speech in order to be received. Melia stepped forward and placed something in his hand, a small olive branch, freshly cut, with 3 silver leaves. "For the first harbor," she said. "What should I do with it? You will know." He looked at the branch, then tucked it gently into the fold of his bundle. Melia. Yes. He wanted to ask if she would remember him. The question rose and embarrassed him. Not because it was foolish, but because it was tender. She answered without making him ask. "Yes," she said. His eyes stung. "I will remember you too. I know." The morning sea moved softly around his legs. Nikos stepped into Thalia. The boat received his weight with a familiar shift. He set his bundle in place, checked the rope, lifted the oar, and pushed gently away from the sand. Thalia drifted backward. Water widened between hull and shore. Melia remained on the beach, her shawl pale in the morning, her white hair lifted by the sea breeze. Behind her, the warm sand rose toward the olive grove. Above the grove, the island held its quiet slopes, its hidden paths, its pools and terraces, its shrine and chariot court. Nikos raised the sail. The cloth opened slowly. A soft wind entered it. Not the strange eastern wind that had carried him there. This wind was lighter, cooler, threaded with morning. It did not press or command. It invited. Thalia turned toward the open sea. Nikos sat at the tiller. For a while he looked back. The island remained clear. The cove curved golden under the sun. The olive trees shone silver green. The western cliffs held the first warmth of day. The upper court was hidden from view, but he could imagine it. The empty shelter, quiet bowl, the chariot gone, the horses crossing the sky with their master. Somewhere inland, the clay lamp in the shrine might still be burning, or might have gone out. Either was well. Melia lifted one hand. Nikos lifted his. Then the sail filled more fully, and Thalia moved beyond the sheltering arms of rock. The cove opened behind him. The island began to draw itself inward. At first Nikos thought it was only distance. The cliffs lowered. The trees became a soft band of green. The house disappeared among the olives. The beach became a curve of pale light. But then the morning brightened, and a veil of gold rose between sea and shore. Not fog, not cloud, only light. The island softened behind it. Nikos did not strain to see. He let it happen. The golden veil brightened, then thinned. When it lifted, the island was farther away than it should have been, and smaller. The cliffs seemed like a low, warm line. The olive trees became a shimmer. The beach became a memory of sand. Then, slowly, the island faded from the ordinary world. Not vanished, resting, hidden beyond maps again, held at the edge of the western sea where the day returned when it was tired. Nikos kept his hand raised until there was no shore left to answer. Then he lowered it. The open sea lay before him. Morning widened. For a time he did nothing but sail. Thalia moved easily over the water, her clean hull slipping through the small waves with a sound Nikos knew better than any song. The sail held the wind gently. The tiller rested under his hand. The sun climbed behind him, warm but not fierce. Above, somewhere beyond sight, Helios crossed the sky in his golden chariot, carrying light to fields, rooftops, orchards, harbors, prisons, palaces, fishing boats, and quiet rooms where people woke unfinished and were met by morning all the same. Nikos breathed in. He did not know where he would land first. He could choose the northern harbor with the innkeeper who baked fennel bread. He could return to his childhood village, if only for a day, to stand above the shore where he had first watched the sun fall into the sea. He could sail east to deliver the cargo he had never quite finished delivering. He could stop at a small island, whose name he barely remembered, and ask, for once, whether there was room at table, not just a place to sleep. The possibilities did not crowd him. They opened. A gull appeared overhead, circled once, and moved away. Nikos reached into his bundle and took out the small clay cup. He unwrapped it carefully. The cup sat in his palm, plain and quiet. It had no glow, no inscription, no sign that it had come from an island beyond ordinary maps. To anyone else, it would be only a cup. He liked that. He poured a little water from one of his jars and drank. The water was not as cold as it had been at the eastern spring. It tasted of the clay jar, the boat, and the morning sea. Ordinary water. Human water, the kind he would drink on any crossing. And still, as he drank, he remembered the spring falling from pale rock, the white pebbles in the basins, the bench with the worn words, "Let the day meet you unfinished." He placed the cup beside him where it would not roll. Then he opened his hand and looked at his palm. No bronze fragment lay there, no broken ring, no proof, only the lines of his own hand, sun-browned and salt-marked, warmed by morning. Rested that hand on the rail. The wood beneath it was familiar and newly cared for. Thalia moved on. The sea was calm. As the hours passed, the island became something he could no longer see even by turning back. The horizon behind him was clear. Blue water, pale sky, light, nothing else. But he did not feel that he had lost it. Every now and then he noticed small things differently. The warmth of the sun on his wrist, the sound of water along the hull, the way the sail did not need his constant correction, the little shade beneath the forward bench, the sweetness of a fig eaten slowly, the kindness of wind arriving after stillness. At midday he rested. He lowered the sail part way and let Thalia drift under a mild sky. There was no urgency in the water, no other boat in sight, no harbor demanding arrival by a certain hour. He ate bread and olives. He drank from the clay cup. Then he lay back beneath the loose shade of the sail, one arm folded under his head. The boat rocked, forward and back, up and down, a gentle rhythm, not unlike breathing, not unlike the island. He watched the sail move above him. Light passed through the cloth in soft, shifting shapes. The patch he had sewn was visible from below, a neat seam against the older fabric. It did not weaken the sail. It did not hide itself. It held. Nikos smiled sleepily. Not all returns as it left. The words came without ache now. They were no longer a puzzle, only a truth with room inside it. He closed his eyes. For a while he slept. The sleep was light, sailor's sleep, but easier than it had once been. He woke when the boat shifted, checked the wind, adjusted the sail, and continued. There was comfort in that too. The island had not made him less a sailor. It had returned him to sailing with more of himself included. Afternoon leaned westward. The sun warmed the sea in long paths. Nikos followed one for a while, smiling at the old habit. He still loved the West. He suspected he always would. The horizon no longer felt like a place he had to chase in order to avoid being kept. It was simply beautiful, a road for light, resting direction, a reminder. As evening approached, he saw land, not the hidden island, another one, low hills, a small harbor, white houses above a shore, smoke rising from a cooking fire, a few boats drawn on to sand. the ship of a place that belonged fully to the human world, with all its needs, voices, meals, repairs, greetings, disappointments, and ordinary mercies. Nikos could have sailed past. The wind would have allowed it. There was still enough light to continue. He looked at the harbor, then at the sun lowering toward the west, then at the small olive branch Melia had given him resting beside his bundle. For a moment the old instinct returned. Sail on. Keep moving. Do not let the shore ask anything. He noticed the thought. He did not obey it. Instead, he turned Thalia toward the harbor. The movement was small, a shift of hand on tiller, a slight change in sail, nothing more. Yet, inside him, it felt like the beginning of something. Not permanent, not dramatic, only honest. As he neared the shore, a man on the quay lifted a hand in greeting. Nikos lifted his hand back. There were lamps beginning to burn in the houses above the beach. Their flames were small, golden, human. Not the glow of a god's resting place. Not the sunset pools. Not the hidden chamber in the cliff. Only lamps. But he saw them now with tenderness. Each one little place for light to rest. He guided Thalia into the harbor as the sun touched the horizon. A boy caught his rope and looped it around a post. An older woman asked where he had come from. Nikos looked back toward the west, where the sky had begun to burn amber and rose over the water. "The sea was kind to me," he said. The woman nodded as though this were answer enough. Perhaps it was. That night, after he had eaten a simple meal of fish, bread, and lentils at a table near the harbor wall, Nikos did not leave quickly. He sat with the others while evening settled. He listened when the old woman told him the island's name. He asked the boy about the boats. He accepted a second cup of watered wine. When someone asked whether he would sail at dawn, Nikos paused. Then he said, "Not tomorrow." No one seemed surprised. No one asked him to earn the chair. The western sky had darkened. Somewhere far beyond sight, on an island no map could hold, Helios returned. The horses stepped down into the golden court. Melia loosened the harness with steady hands. Water stirred in the trough. The chariot wheels cooled. The door in the cliff opened. The god who carried the day entered rest, and perhaps in the small departure bowl beneath the empty hook a bronze fragment lay in white sand, holding the warmth of one sailor's open hand. Nikos looked at his own hands on the table. They were empty. They were welcome. Later, he slept aboard Thalia. The harbor was quiet around him. Ropes creaked softly. Water touched wood. Lamps in the houses went out one by one. The stars came down over the small bay, patient and clear. He placed the clay cup beside him. He kept the olive branch tucked near the mast. He lay on his sleeping mat under the gentle shadow of the sail, and listened to the boat move. The day was done. It did not need to be held. It did not need to be proven. It had crossed the sky. It had touched what it could. It had returned to rest. Nikos breathed slowly, in, out. The boat rocked beneath him. In, out. The harbor slept. The lamps burned low. The sea breathed against the hull. He thought of the island, but not sharply now. All like warmth remembered by stone after sunset. More like a cup held between both hands. More like a voice saying that what enters gently will know how to remain. He did not need to see the golden beach. He did not need to hold the bronze fragment. He did not need to explain the hidden chariot road, or the horses, or the sleeping chamber carved into the western cliff. The island rested where it belonged, and he rested where he was, above him. The sail moved slightly in the night breeze. The patch he had sewn held firm. The mast creaked once and settled. A little water tapped the side of the boat, then slipped away, and returned, and slipped away again. There was nothing more to do, nothing more to prove, nothing more to carry before sleep, only the quiet harbor, only the kind dark, only the slow breath of the sea. Nikos closed his eyes. Somewhere beyond the edge of the known waters, the island glowed softly through the night, keeping the tired light of the world until morning. Somewhere behind a golden veined door, Helios slept. Somewhere in a hidden court, gentle horses dreamed of dawn, and on a small boat beneath ordinary stars, sailor rested with open hands, changed but not finished, lone but no longer closed, drifting slowly into the deep and peaceful dark. The sea rocked him, the night held him, the light rested, and all was well.